Mr. Ekrikpo? Is he there? Is he connected? Mr. M.A. Ekrikpo?
Yes, he's connected.
He's connected. Mr. Ekrikpo, can you hear us?
It's really nice to see people connecting from Nigeria, and that too Ministry of...
that too from the Ministry of Mines and Steel, Government of Nigeria. And in fact, Mr. Ekrikpo sent a WhatsApp message to me that he would be talking to the Minister of Steel in Ministry of Mines and Steel and Government of Nigeria to request him to join us today in the webinar as an attendee. So I do not know if the minister is joining us, but definitely he has taken a lot of initiative. And in fact, he mentioned that he would like to stay associated with us. And Nigeria, Kenya, one of my good friends from Daneli, India, Mr. Minal Mukherjee, is now looking after the Kenyan, Daneli, Kenya. And he's put, because in Daneli is putting up an office in Kenya, in Nairobi. So my good friend Minal
Mukherjee, a lot to do in Nigeria, and it's really nice to see. And I welcome also with you, Mr. Ekrikpo.
Yeah,
I'm
He's
sure
the Director Metallurgical Inspectorate and Raw Materials Development in Ministry of Mines and Steel, Government of Nigeria. So welcome, Mr. Ekrikpo. And it's almost 3:30, Ankit, 3:28, 3:29. So let's get started.
Yeah.
Mr. Panwar, with your kind permission, let me tell you, our session chairman, Dr. Mukesh Kumar's mother has suddenly, she fell ill and had to be admitted to ICU. So that is why Dr. Mukesh Kumar mentioned that we have to excuse him today because of the emergency at home. So Ankit, I think with that, we'll get started right away. And with all permission from one and all, let's get started. Ankit, over to you.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the panelists and the attendees and everyone watching on our live stream on YouTube. We welcome you all to our 41st webinar titled Technology, Market and Application for Long and Flat Products. A warm welcome to our gold sponsor, H&K India, our silver sponsors, Sham Steel, Tonelli, and Calfreeza, and our steel sponsors, Steel Plant Specialties, BSRM, and Maxis Motion for making this event possible. I would now like to share my screen to introduce the panelists. Our session chairman for today was Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Unfortunately, due to a personal issue, his mother is admitted in the hospital, so he won't be able to join us today. So our first speaker for today will be Ms. Radhika Markan. She will be giving the welcome address. She's the Managing Director, H&K Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited. Then we have our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Then we have Mr. Alok Sahai, Secretary General, Indian Steel Association. Mr. Ashish Anupam, Managing Director, Tata Steel Long Products Limited. Mr. Sanjay Jairam, Senior Executive Vice President, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Gajendra Panwar, MD and CEO, Daneli India Limited. Mr. Manish Beriwala, Director, Sham Steel Group. Mr. Ekrikpo, I hope I pronounced the name right. So he's the Director, Metallurgical Inspectorate and Raw Materials Development Department, Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Abuja, Government of Nigeria. Then we have Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO, Sud Steel Bahrain. Mr. Hassan Zafar Chaudhary, Chief Operating Officer, Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills. Mr. Andrea De Luca, Vice President, Micromill Technology, Danelli, and C. Officin Mechanish, SPA, Italy. Mr. Debojyoti Roy, Director, Transformation and Synergy, Tata Steel, UK. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Country Manager, Calfreeza. Mr. Shrikar P. Shanoy, Managing Director, Steel Plant Specialties. Mr. Ratna Prasad Atluri, he's the CEO of Hospit Steels Limited. Mr. Sushim Banerjee, ex-DG Instack and CEO Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. And Mr. Satya Bodha, Head Corporate Strategy, Moon Iron and Steel, Oman. So these were our panelists for today. Before we move on, I will just like to share a few short guidelines. I think we are all familiar with them, but just for the purpose of formality, for all the numerous attendees who have joined us today to listen to our discussion on Zoom, we have a Q&A section which can be accessed by the panelists as well as the attendees. So I would request everyone to post your questions and queries in the Q&A section, and it will be visible to all the panelists who can choose to either answer it live or directly in the chat. I would also request all panelists to keep their microphones muted when the others are speaking, just to avoid any kind of noise feedback. And last but not the least, I would request everyone to adhere to the time limit as given in the program to avoid any kinds of delay. In absence of Dr. Mukesh Kumar, today's webinar will be moderated by my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, Editor, Steel and Metallurgy. On behalf of Steel and Metallurgy, our sponsors, I would like to welcome you all to this webinar. We will now have the national anthem, followed by which we will display the corporate videos by our sponsors. So I would now request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, Ankit. Thank you so much. So if you could now, just wanted to know, Ankit, have we started our YouTube live?
Yes, we have.
We have started YouTube live. So just a small announcement. Those of you who would like, if you on the chat, Ankit, you could share the YouTube link as well, so people can, who would like to watch us on YouTube can do that, and our attendees can share the link. So we are live on YouTube also. And before that, Ankit, before we move on to our first address, our welcome address by Radhika, if you could start with the corporate presentations by our sponsors, H&K Rolling Mill, Sham Steel, Danelli, and Kalfriza.
Yes, so in the first session, as mentioned by my father, we have 4 corporate videos, starting with H&K.
H&K Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited, through Thermex technology, transformed the Indian market by introducing the concept of quenched and self-tempered rebars. India's first high-strength, high-ductility rebar was produced 27 years ago in 1991 at Durgapur Steel Plant of SAIL, using the patented Thermex quenching and self-tempering technology of HSE Germany. Rolled from the very first billet, Rajkumar Markan, founder of H&K India, effortlessly showcased India's first Fe 500 rebar with elongation of 18 to 25%, ideal for India's high seismic hazard areas. Today, all construction designs factor in seismic or earthquake activity. But H&K introduced India to rebars specifically suited for seismic zones way back in 1990s through Thermex QST technology. After Durgapur Steel Plant, Steel Authority of India immediately ordered Thermex for its Bhilai Steel Plant. Quenched and self-tempered Thermex rebars satisfied all requirements of civil engineers. They ended the decades-old Indian practice of using cold-twisted deformed or CTD bars or Tor steel. Thermex is a licensed technology. Thermex license is issued to every rolling mill with a Thermex system. These licensees are required to produce rebars as per strict Thermex norms and are also subject to regular quality audit by Thermex engineers. The proprietary Thermex QST system is placed after the last rolling mill stand. On completion of rolling, the bar temperature is around 1000 degrees centigrade. A short, intensive but very precise inline cooling is imparted to the rolled sultans for government and private projects. For large integrated rolling mills producing 50,000 tons per month to smaller mills producing 5,000 tons per month. Thermex, making in India since 1985. 18 million tons of Indian rebars. Over 260 project installations. One technology with hundreds of licensees. Thermex, India's #1 choice.
That's great.
So
Yeah,
the
I'll keep it.
yeah.
Yeah. Let me also welcome Mr. Alok Saha. In the meantime, he, though he has a flight to catch, he has taken the trouble of joining us just after Radhika. She will after Radhika finishes. So I would request her to hand over the floor to Mr. Alok Sahai, the Secretary General of Indian Steel Association, and after which Mr. V.S. Sharma. Has Mr. V.S. Sharma joined?
No, not yet.
Okay, so we'll have, just after Radhika, we'll have Mr. Alok Sahai as a speaker. So in the meantime, you could play the other videos, and then we'll move on to Radhika to give the welcome address.
So
we can start with, Sham Steel.
Is by Sham Steel.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो घर की रोटी कमावे, वो होता है असली चैंपियन। जो रेस जीतने से पहले लोगों के दिल जीते, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो देश की तरक्की की बुनियाद रखता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो अपने हाथों से देश की तकदीर बदलता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। चाहे वो आपके सपनों का छोटा सा प्यारा सा घर हो, या आसमान को छूती बुलंद इमारतें, असली चैंपियन बनने के लिए हर कसौटी पर खरा उतरना पड़ता है। इस हौसले को आगे लेकर बढ़ रहा है श्याम स्टील, जो अपने मजबूत और लचीले टीएमटी रीबार से देश की उन्नति की बुनियाद रख रहा है। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत के सामने कई चुनौतियां थीं, जिसमें से एक था औद्योगिकरण की एक मजबूत नींव रखना। 1953 में इस उद्देश्य को मन में रखते हुए श्याम स्टील की स्थापना हुई। हमें सिर्फ अपने पैरों पर खड़ा ही नहीं होना था, बल्कि दुनिया के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलना था। 60 सालों के अटूट भरोसे के साथ श्याम स्टील प्रगति की उड़ान भर रहा है, और हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि श्याम स्टील ने देश की नींव को हर मुमकिन तरह से मजबूत बनाया है। चाहे वो देश को ऊर्जावान बनाने वाले न्यूक्लियर, थर्मल और हाइडल पावर प्लांट्स हो, या देश को जोड़ने वाले नेशनल हाईवेज और ब्रिजेस, चाहे वो आसमान का रास्ता बनाने वाले एयरपोर्ट्स हो, या भारत की रगों में दौड़ती हुई भारतीय रेल। पूरे भारत में हम कई प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हैं, जैसे कि दिल्ली मेट्रो, जामनगर रिफाइनरी, कोटा न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट, रोजा थर्मल पावर प्लांट, हैदराबाद अंतरराष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा और ब्रह्मपुत्र एवं गोदावरी पर बने हुए पुल। इतना ही नहीं, हमें कई सरकारी संस्थानों में मान्यता प्राप्त है, और हमने कई बड़ी सरकारी परियोजनाओं में भी अपना योगदान दिया है, जैसे कि इंडियन रेलवे, नेशनल हाईवे अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, CPWD, IOCL, NPCIL, NBCCL इत्यादि। इसका राज है हमारे उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पाद, जिसके उत्पादन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है पश्चिम बंगाल में स्थित हमारे अत्याधुनिक इंटीग्रेटेड स्टील प्लांट से। श्याम स्टील का ये प्लांट देश के उन चुनिंदा स्टील प्लांट्स में से एक है जहां स्टील बनाने की शुरुआत से अंत तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया को अंजाम दिया जाता है। उत्पादन प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत होती है उच्चतम क्वालिटी के कच्चे लोहे से, जिसे हमारी DRI यूनिट में प्रोसेस किया जाता है। कच्चे लोहे को एक रोटरी मशीन में कोयले और डोलोमाइट की मदद से डीऑक्सीडाइज किया जाता है, जिसके द्वारा हमें शुद्ध स्पॉन्ज आयरन मिलता है। इस स्पॉन्ज आयरन को SMS यूनिट में भेजा जाता है, जहां उसे इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस पर 1800 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पिघलाया जाता है। फिर रिफाइनिंग और डीस्लैगिंग की प्रक्रिया के द्वारा बची हुई अशुद्धियों को भी दूर किया जाता है। इन प्रक्रियाओं के बाद जो सर्वोच्च क्वालिटी का शुद्ध इस्पात तैयार होता है, उसे कंटिन्यूअस कास्टिंग मशीन में ले जाया जाता है, जहां कॉन्कास्ट AG ज्यूरिक टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई के अनुसार बिलेट्स कास्ट किए जाते हैं। ये बिलेट्स कई कठोर निरीक्षणों से गुजरने के बाद रोलिंग मिल में ले जाए जाते हैं, जहां उन्हें फिर 1200 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पुनः स्थापित किया जाता है और उनका आकार बदलकर अलग अलग डाया के TMT रीबार्स बनाए जाते हैं। ये उत्पाद थर्मिक्स प्लांट में एक खास पेटेंटेड प्रक्रिया से गुजरते हैं, जिसमें एक खास वाटर स्प्रे सिस्टम का उपयोग होता है। प्रक्रिया के अंत में तैयार TMT रीबार्स एक एटमॉस्फेरिक कूलिंग बेड से गुजरते हैं और इसके बाद इन तैयार रीबार्स को एक ऑटोमेटेड कटाई मशीन के द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई में काटा जाता है। और अब ये TMT रीबार्स तैयार हैं देश की प्रगति की बुनियाद रखने के लिए। अधिकतर सरकारी निर्माणों में श्याम स्टील के 500D TMT रीबार्स इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, क्योंकि इसी में है मजबूती और लचीलेपन का सही संतुलन। इनका इस्तेमाल भारी से भारी लोड वाले निर्माण जैसे कि फ्लाईओवर, डैम, ब्रिज और गगनचुंबी इमारतों में किया जाता है। रीबार का मजबूत बाहरी कवच भार सहने की क्षमता बढ़ाता है और भीतर का लचीला भाग भूकंप, सुनामी और तूफान जैसे प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को झेलने की क्षमता प्रदान करता है। बाजार में 500D के अलावा अन्य प्रकार के TMT रीबार्स भी उपलब्ध हैं, पर 500D से ज्यादा ग्रेड वाले TMT रीबार जैसे कि FE600 इत्यादि मजबूती बढ़ाने के साथ लचीलापन कम कर देती है। दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ शिक्षण संस्थानों में से एक IIT खड़गपुर ने कई परीक्षणों और तकनीकी पहलुओं के आधार पर यह प्रमाणित किया है कि निर्माण की सुरक्षा और मजबूती को ध्यान में रखकर बनाए गए श्याम स्टील 500D TMT रीबार्स गुणवत्ता, स्थिरता और मजबूती की मिसाल है। हमारा स्टील प्लांट अपने आप में असाधारण है और इसकी वजह है हमारी 10 पॉइंट क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट प्रणाली। हर उत्पाद की जांच हमारी अत्याधुनिक क्वालिटी लैब में होती है, जहां 100 kV यूनिवर्सल टेस्टिंग मशीन, स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर के साथ और भी कई आवश्यक मशीनों के द्वारा हर उत्पाद का निरीक्षण होता है और किसी भी त्रुटि को उस वक्त ही ठीक कर दिया जाता है। हर कदम पर हमारी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टीम ये सुनिश्चित करती है कि हमारे उत्पाद बेहतरीन क्वालिटी के हो। इसलिए हमारे तैयार उत्पाद हमेशा गुणवत्ता के हर पहलू, हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरते हैं, चाहे वो लचीलापन हो, भार सहने की क्षमता या फिर गजब की मजबूती। ये बेहतरीन उत्पाद हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स, डीलर्स और रिटेलर्स के विस्तृत नेटवर्क द्वारा देश के हर कोने में पहुंचाए जाते हैं। हम देश और दुनिया की कई बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ काम करते हैं, जैसे कि हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी लिमिटेड, लार्सन एंड टूब्रो लिमिटेड, कैमन इंडिया लिमिटेड, BGR एनर्जी इत्यादि। अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में भी श्याम स्टील के उत्पादों की मांग तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कहते हैं ना, सूरज की तरह चमकने के लिए सूरज की तरह तपना भी पड़ता है। जितनी गहरी हमारी नींव है, उतनी ही ऊंची हमारी उड़ान। ये उपलब्धि उन सब लोगों की है जिन्होंने श्याम स्टील की बुनियाद को अपने मेहनत और निष्ठा से मजबूत बनाया है, जिनकी दूरदर्शिता और मार्गदर्शन श्याम स्टील को सही दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करता है, जिनका परिश्रम हमारे हर पहलू में झलकता है। श्याम स्टील से जुड़ा हर व्यक्ति इस सफलता का सशक्त भागीदार है। श्याम स्टील समाज के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को भी बखूबी समझता है। शिक्षा व्यवस्था बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम गांव के इलाकों में विद्यालयों के विकास संबंधी कार्य करते हैं। वहां किताबें और अन्य शिक्षा सामग्री भी उपलब्ध करवाते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में भी हमारे प्रयासों से सैकड़ों लोगों को सहायता मिलती है। श्याम स्टील में पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाने के लिए भी कई प्रयास किए जाते हैं और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के दौरान लोगों को खास सहायताएं भी दी जाती हैं। आज इतिहास फिर करवट ले रहा है। आजादी को कई साल हो चुके हैं और हमारा देश एक सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ रहा है। श्याम स्टील इस सफर की एक अहम कड़ी है और हर कदम पर भारत के इस अटूट भरोसे को और मजबूत बना रहा है। भविष्य हमारा है और वर्तमान में, जमीन हमारी है और आसमान भी। हिमालय जिसका ताज है, गंगा जिसकी प्राण, अनेकता में एकता है जिसकी पहचान। दिल हमारे एक है, एक हमारी जान। हिंदुस्तान हमारा है, हम हैं इसकी शान।
Thank you, Ankit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ankit. Just on this note, maybe it was little long video, but very informative, I must say. And just like when I talk about Radhika, I cannot but always pay my respect to her father, Mr. R.K. Markan, who's been a mentor, a guide, and a philosopher in real sense of the term. When it comes to Sham Steel, the present generation, Manish, Lalitji, Govindji, all the brothers whom I interact with, especially Manishji very often, because we are more in terms of age, we are closer to each other. So the interaction is more with Mr. Manish Periwala. But I cannot forget at least 25 years ago, 25, 26 years ago, my interaction started with Mr. Shamsundar Beriwala, Mr. S.S. Beriwala, who is the chairman of Sham Steel. And he's been a wonderful person all through. So it's an opportunity to, convey my regards to Mr. S.S. Beriwala. And I pray that he stays healthy, stays safe, and he lives for many more years, as much as I pray for all my friends around. And I always keep telling Mr. R.K. Markan also, we want Mr. R. Markan to be there with us for another 20 years. So pray for long life of Mr. Shamsundar Beriwala, Mr. R.K. Markan, and all the elders and mentors who are there with us. So I pray for their good health and long life. So with that, Ankit, let's move on to Daneli and Kalfiza. Sorry for the interruption.
So our next...
And Mr. V.R. Sharma has joined. Have you upgraded Mr. V.R. Sharma?
I have sent him a request. I think there is some technical issue. I will look into it.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Okay. Sharma Sahab, namaskar, and a warm welcome to you. So,
Namaskar.
see, so when I was just referring that when the leader doesn't join, we don't get the inspiration. So now that we have, you are there with us, we will move at a much faster pace, and we get double the figure when you are around, because you have a vibe around you. Whenever you come, there is a vibe created. So with that, a warm welcome to Sharma Sahab. And Ankit, let's play the Daneli and Kalfiza video, and we'll move ahead without wasting time. So Ankit, Daneli video.
And finally, our last corporate video of this session is by Kalfriza.
Yeah, and thanks to Rajesh for joining as a sponsor and as a panelist. So Rajesh, thank you so much for Kalfriza's joining
Yes, sir.
this webinar for the first time. Thank you, Rajesh, and you have been a very old friend, good friend from the days of you were with Fields. So it's been wonderful to have you on board once again since you've taken over as the country manager of Kalfriza in India. So a warm welcome to you. So Ankit, let's have the Kalfriza video, after which we'll have the welcome address by Ms. Radhika Markan. So Kalfriza, please.
So,
yeah, Rajesh, if I may ask you, where exactly in Spain is Kalfriza located?
The Calfrisa is located in Zaragoza. It is around 200 kilometers from Madrid.
Okay, not very far from Madrid. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Anyway, we'll hear more from you when you'll be speaking about Kalfriza. So we'll know more about Kalfriza. And I was happy to see Mr. V.R. Sharma, watching very keenly on the presentation, but it was a silent presentation. So you'll have to do the talking for Kalfriza since the video was silent. So you'll do it in a very just manner, I'm sure. So in the meantime, let's get started with the welcome address from Radhika. Radhika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nirmala. I note that you have gathered a galaxy of speakers for today's webinar on technology of long and flat products. So I extend a very warm welcome to all the speakers and participants of this webinar. My name is Radhika Markan, and I work for a company called HNK Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited. Now, this company, as many of you know, is most popularly known for its flagship product, Thermex quenching and self-tempering technology. The company's founding father, Mr. Rajkumar Markan, is a very robust personality. He has withstood many challenges, many obstacles to bring new technologies to India. Now, many of you know him to be associated only with Thermex, which was brought in India in the early 1990s in Durgapur Steel Plant and subsequently Bhilai Steel Plant. But what not many people might know is that he has been associated with bringing or commissioning, making successful new, modern, relevant technologies for the Indian steel industry since 1960, since he started his career in the steel industry. When he first joined Mukund Steel in 1962, at that time, Mukund had embarked on a very ambitious project, a 1 lakh ton per annum in 1962, a 1 lakh ton per annum wire rod project using the continuous casting process. This was for carbon steel wire rods. So the chairman of our company, the founding father of our company, Mr. Markan, immediately became an integral part of this project team. In fact, I would not shy away from saying that he became a blue-eyed boy for the then chairman of Mukund Steel, Viren Bhai Shah. Viren Bhai Shah later on became the governor of West Bengal. So what was this project in Mukund Steel? A 1 lakh ton per annum wire rod project, which envisaged a Mogad Shimad wire rod mill, a 25-ton Asia electric arc furnace, a Concast continuous casting machine for 80 mm and 100 mm billets. Now, continuous casting process for the production of billets for carbon steel wire rods had never been done anywhere in the world in 1960s. But Mukund dared to do it, dreamt to do it. A doyen of our Indian industry, Indian industrialist, Mr. J.R.D. Tata, visited Mukund Steel during the erection stage of this project. Now, he did a tour of the mill with our chairman, Mr. Markan, and with Mukund chairman, Viren Bhai Shah. After the tour, he took Viren Bhai Shah aside and he said, Viren Bhai, I hope you know what you're doing. This has never happened anywhere in the world. Continuous casting process for production of billets for wire rod, carbon steel wire rod. The world has not been able to do it, and you are dreaming to do it in India. And on top of that, you have taken a huge bank loan to do this. So from one industrialist to another, a heartfelt best wishes and congratulations to you. And I hope you come out successful. Something on these lines. I was not born in 1962, but this is what I have heard. Now, this project was successfully commissioned in 1966. Wire rods were successfully produced, but every single wire rod was rejected. Every single. It was a very, very harrowing, challenging experience to convince Special Steel to accept those wire rods. And it was depressing and discouraging to see the wire rod factory at Mukund, one truck going full of wire rods to the client, and at the same time, another truck coming back, all wire rods rejected by the client. So, as part of the project team, Mr. Markan was tasked to find the fault, if there was one. And he spent a long time telling the directors of the company, there is nothing wrong with the quality of the wire rods. Nothing, absolutely. All that you need to do is cut the first 10 mm and the last 10 mm from the front and tail end of the wire rod, because these ends have surface defects. The directors grudgingly accepted to do it. And lo and behold, the complaints went, the wire rods got accepted. So this is not just a story of wire rods getting accepted. It has some more significance because a notable achievement took place. When the wire rods got accepted, what happened? There was a restriction in the import of foreign-made wire rods because India had started making successfully its own wire rods. And the government of India, in its wisdom, then curtailed the import of wire rods, restricted it. So this was a very notable achievement in 1960s. I'm happy to share with you that Mr. J.R.D. Tata once again visited Mukund Steel. And once again, he took a round of the mill. Once again, he took Mr. Markan and Viren Bhai Shah took him for a round of the mill. And once again, he took Viren Bhai Shah to the side. And he said, Congratulations. You have done what the world did not succeed in doing. You have done what the world did not succeed in doing. You have created history here in Mukund Steel. Complaints gone, wire rods being successfully made, skeptics taken a back foot, and history was made in Mukund Steel. And I'm very proud and honored to say that our chairman was part of that historical journey. And I thought I should share this because the topic is technology for long and flat products. He is known for having brought Thermex into India, but he has been associated with state-of-the-art modern technologies from the time he began his career 6 decades ago in 1960s. In 1990s, of course, he brought Thermex into India. And there again, there were obstacles, again, there were challenges. It was successfully, seamlessly commissioned before time in Durgapur Steel Plant. So impressed was the senior management at Durgapur Steel Plant that within 1 year, it was the tender for Bhilai Steel Plant was floated, and it was once again engineered, installed, and successfully commissioned in Bhilai Steel Plant. But challenges seem to follow people who bring new technologies. So India did not accept the concept of quenching. The IS code was aligned to CTD bars, not to quench rebars. People did not know that it was possible to make FE 550 grade rebar exhibiting high ductility, elongation more than 20%, stress ratio more than 1.2. Even though Thermex had successfully given India its first such rebar at Durgapur Steel Plant. It took 10 to 12 years convincing the industry, getting the IS code to be amended, but that has happened and that is all behind us. And I am happy to share that not only the continuous casting process for wire rods, not only Thermex, but sophisticated and stop-start rotary shears to handle quench bars, grip tilters, trough tilters are all new inventions, are all new products, are all new technologies that have been brought in by this one man. And so we are very happy and proud to be a part of the company that he founded, which has been associated with these new products. Without further ado, I look forward to hearing all the panelists of this seminar, of this webinar, and I look forward to hearing what are the new inventions, innovations, products, and developments in the long and flat product business of steel industry. So thank you so much, Nirmala, for giving me an opportunity to share this historical story, and best of luck for your webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Radhika. You know, first of all, let me say kudos to Mr. R.K. Markan, your father, who has built this company from scratch. And you know, the first day when I was discussing with Markan Saab about requesting you to be the welcome speaker to give the welcome address, he said you will have to make a request to her. And I said I'm always going to do it because I've done it more than once. And when a brother makes a request to a sister, I'm sure the sister can't drop it. So I was pretty sure you would agree to and concede to my request. But I always keep saying that Radhika, besides being a wonderful speaker, is an excellent storyteller. And as you can read from the comments, I can see on the comment section, someone has commented, this is a very interesting story. You can see in the comment section, it's already there. So with that, let me congratulate you and the entire Markan family for building up this company from scratch. And today in 2021, when you bagged 67 orders in 1 year, it's a proud moment for all of us to share, for the nation to share. So with that, thank you again, Radhika, for delivering the welcome address. And, you know, I would say HNK has built a legacy of its own. And it was Mr. Markan, who I remember, you know, when I interviewed him way back in 1998. In that interview, there was a mission which Markan Saab started at that time. why should we call it TMT when there is no thermomechanical treatment? It is only thermal treatment, there is no mechanical treatment, or let's say less of thermal and mechanical treatment. So it should be called QST, where it's quenching and self-tempering and not thermomechanical treatment. But even today, I think in India, we still prefer to call it TMT, though around the world, people call it QST. It is only in India that we still prefer to call it TMT. But there is actually no substance behind it, because it is basically quenching and self-tempering and not thermomechanical treatment. So that was what Mr. R.K. Markan tried to push through with one after another. He came up with the idea of revising the BIS codes, which he felt had to be done. And government has finally realized that the BIS codes need to be revised. So he was always ahead of time. He could foresee that time. So my kudos to your father and entire Markan family for this long journey. And I'm sure even in 2022 and beyond, HNK will keep the flag flying high for all of us. Thank you, Radhika. So with that,
Can I just add one
Please,
line, Nirmala? Our corporate video was made 5 years ago when we had 260 projects. Today we have 200 more projects. We are more than 460 for quenching systems. 437 for Thermex and another 30 for another quenching product of our Stagum. So obviously we've been so busy bagging and executing these projects that we seem to have forgotten to update our corporate video, which we should be doing before the next webinar.
Sure. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you. So there you have Mr. Hassan Zafar Chaudhary also congratulating you, who's the CEO of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills. I would request Mr. Zafar Chaudhary I'll do a little bit of marketing for HNK and request BSRM also to go for the QST from HNK India. So please, Radhika, please get in touch with Mr. Hassan Zafar Chaudhary in Bangladesh, because a lot of orders will come up from Bangladesh very soon, because Bangladesh is moving very fast. And I'm sure BSRM will also look forward to installing HNK, QST in their mill and their line. So with that, let's move on to our keynote speaker today, Mr. V.R. Sharma, who I'm sure will have a lot to share with us once again. So over to Mr. V.R. Sharma, our keynote speaker for today, Managing Director of Jindal Steel and Power Limited, JSPL, who is, as I keep saying, is a living encyclopedia in himself. So over to the living encyclopedia, Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma, Managing Director, Jindal Steel and Power Limited.
Thank you, Nirmala.
Sharma Saab, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great webinar today that Nirmala ji, he has brought long and flat together. Many a times we discuss long, many a times we discuss flat, but together the same platform, it is a great dissemination of knowledge. So I'll start immediately on the some of the major highlights. Let us start from the flats first, because one message I would like to give to the entire steel fraternity, that we now the time has come to look into a business or look into a way or message where we speak consume less. This is something new you might be hearing, consume less. Consume less does not mean that we compromise the needs and we reach to the Stone Age. No. My message to the entire steel fraternity is, and the other day I was speaking to ministry also, that we have to encourage people to consume less. So consume less does not mean that you compromise your demand, needs, wants. Consume less means the value added, the total value addition we have to think. So when we speak value addition, then there are two factors they come in mind. One is value addition and the other is value engineering. What Radhika was telling, that is a value engineering. So consume less. Yes, that is the point where we want to hammer. When we go for FE 500, FE 550, 550D or 600 even, that means we are encouraging people to consume less. Similarly, in flat products, we have now the technologies available worldwide where we to see how to consume less. Gone are those days when people used to use very high, heavy thicknesses like 6 mm, 8 mm, even 10 millimeter. And today the time is that we should use somewhere about 1, 1.2, 1.6 or 2 millimeter. So 2 millimeter thickness in hot rolled coil is still treated as a very high thickness. So people have started talking on 0.8, 0.9, 1 millimeter, 1.2. Thanks to the technology invented by a couple of very, very big players and very prominent players in this equipment manufacturing field. For example, the journey started from Arvedi, then Arvedi and Danili together. Then CSP came from SMS. Then finally the ESP came from Prime Metal. So the Arvedi, what they did in Italy, so that was basically an eye opener, and all of the steel mill equipment producers, they have adopted the technology, they have graduated the technology, they have modified the technology as per the needs of the different customers. So today, it does not sound abnormal when we speak 1 millimeter hot rolled coil or even 0.8 millimeter hot rolled coils. These were unheard. There was another technology which was developed by Nucor that was the thin and fast melt technology. And that was directly casting. I mean, the liquid steel was directly poured into cast and rolls, and they could even reach to 0.6 millimeter. I have seen one of their mills in China in Chagang Steel. So that mill was even producing 0.6 millimeter steel, but the operations are quite cumbersome because it needs a lot of skill. So coming back on the point here, that what is the need to reach to a level of 0.8 or even 0.6 or 0.9 or 1 millimeter or 1.2 millimeter. What was the need? The need was to replace the cold rolled steel in the areas where the cold rolling is not required, where the surface finish is not that much of importance. What is being done today? So we have seen the complete tube industry, barrel industry, the electrical panel industry, the fabrication, the oil tank farms. They have migrated to low thickness hot rolled coils up to 0.8 millimeter. Now, this material is, I would say, it is a value engineering. And I would also say that this is a step towards consume less. So when we speak consume less, that means we are balancing the ecosystem of the world. Because today we are working how to produce more steel, then produce more steel, you produce more and more limestone, more and more iron ore, more and more coking coal or thermal coal or any other thing. So the natural resources bestowed to the universe are definitely used, I would say, at an abnormally high rate as of now. To produce 1 ton of steel conventionally, we need at least 4 ton of raw materials, including iron ore, coking coal, and other consumables, refractory, and many more things. So we have to see how to consume less. And to consume less, we have to find a right balance in value addition and value engineering. Value addition here is on the x-axis, y-axis, and value engineering on the x-axis of a graph. So when we see that the focus is skewing from y-axis to the x-axis, that means the engineering people, they are working very well how to consume less. So we used to see in old times, the refrigerators was produced from a thickness of 0.63. We produced it, we developed a steel in our company. We brought it down to 0.35 millimeter thickness. And with the same strength, same wear resistance, same impact resistance, what it used to be in 0.63. For car bodies, the jet body concept came And we came from 1.2 millimeter to 0.75 millimeter, or 0.80 millimeter. We started using, instead of a plain EDD or DD grade of material, we started using high strength steel, or high strength low alloy steel, HSLA. So that is called consume less. I mean, for a particular car of middle sized car having say 15 feet of length, then it used to be about 1,200 kg of total steel going in the car, but today it is going only 800 kg steel. So this is what we have to find out. The refrigerator 165 liter used to be 22 kg steel, and now it is only 14 kg steel. So this is where the difference is. The air conditioner used to be 1.6 millimeter tray and 1 millimeter of the body. It has come down to 1 millimeter of tray and 0.6 millimeter of body. So this is where the difference is. So these are called consume less. Means number of meters we are not compromising, number of kilometers we are not compromising, but we are doing a value engineering to reduce the overall production, overall consumption in terms of tons. When we reduce it, we reduce iron ore, we reduce coking coal, we reduce limestone, we reduce energy requirement, be it gas or be it anything, and that saves the universe. Many a time we feel that steel industry is the largest producer or emitter of CO2, and that is 7% in the world. Yes, out of 7%, yes, major is done by our friends in China, because they produce 50% of the total steel. So in that hemisphere, if you see the total CO2 emission is the highest in the world as of now because of the steel. But we have to see that how can we bring down the today's 1.9 billion ton of production to a billion ton, means 1,900 million ton to be brought down to 1,000 million ton. If you do that, then the 7% comes to 3.5% immediately. So we are going to spend a lot of money on hydrogen. We are going to spend a lot of money on the green energy. We are going to spend a lot of money on different activities in the world. But if we start even 25% of that in our research and development laboratories, then we can reduce the 1,900 million ton to 1,000 million ton. And that will save the world. This is a new thing to my steel fraternity people, which I'm disseminating to you. I've spoken about this. This is the fourth time I'm speaking on a webinar on this. I also spoken to ministry. I have written to many of the international universities to look now to reduce the total steel consumption in terms of tons. The tons are to be reduced. And if we can reduce the tons, then we can balance the ecosystem in a much better way. Today, we feel that the electricity is in short supply. We have to see that how can we consume less. The gas is in short supply. How can we consume less? It is not only in steel, it is across all the products. When you see the other building material, be it or the metals, be it aluminum, be it copper, again, we have to find out how to have a right alloying element in copper, or how to have the right alloying element in aluminum, so that we can do or we can adopt a theory of consume less. When we start speaking consume less, immediately it goes in the mind that we want to reduce the production. No, maybe we want to reduce in tons, but we do not compromise on kilometers. So this is where the business is. This is where the point of view is. We used to produce in JSPL the round bars, the cast round bars for the seamless pipes. Now we have graduated to a different level, where we are now offering the rolled bars to seamless tube manufacturers, and that has reduced their 30% of the total intake in terms of tonnage. So this is what we have to do. We are now at a point where we are regularly supplying a special grade of angle irons to the Power Transmission Corporation grid of India, and also to the Saudi Power Transmission grid, where we are supplying them 250 by 250 size of angle, which used to be in 40 millimeter, and we have brought it down with the same strength, same wind load, same seismic load at 28 millimeter. So this is where the business is. The business will come in a similar fashion for each and every product. as I told you, the rolled round bars. The rolled round bars, though there are many people in the country, those who are working, they are supplying rolled round bar for forging grades, but for seamless tubes, it is different. And this is what we have done. We already achieved it. Now, coming back on the flat, the TSCR, the thin slab caster and rolling, that is the future. The future is not the conventional rolling mills. Gone are those days when people were telling that TSCR, thin slab casting, cannot produce steel suitable for the exposed panels or the skin panels. Gone are those days. Technology changed. We can do it. Gone are those days when you used to have that, okay, reduction ratios, whether it is in long products or for forging grades or for rounds or for the wire rods, should be 1:6. Gone are those days. That 6:1 formula or 1:6 formula, gone are those days. We can achieve the same properties with different alloying elements, even at 50% reduction. So 2:1 or 1:2. So this is what we have to do. If we do that, then we can definitely come to a level where we will find that we can do the consume less business. So the value engineering. So today's message to the entire steel fraternity is consume less. Let us reduce the steel production in the world from 2 billion ton or 1.9 billion ton to 1 billion ton. If we do that, then I'm sure we will be in a position to address the issues what the whole world is facing. The whole world is looking at a different solution. The solution is not the 100% hydrogen. The solution is not just on the clean energy. The solution is not the just wind energy. The solution is these things will go side by side. It's okay. The solution is how to reduce steel production to half, and still we service the entire 7.5 or 7.6 billion people in the world. And this is where we have to do. How to consume less in terms of electricity. Electricity today, we consume electricity, but 30% of the electricity we waste. So how can we do consume less electricity, consume less? How can we consume gas less? How can we consume fuel less? How can we consume petrol less? How can we consume wood less? Then only this particular generation, people, those who are listening me, and you will be disseminating, debating, discussing with your team, then only we can protect the universe. Then only we can protect the Mother Earth. If we can do this, then we have won the battle. How can we avoid the wastage of water going into Arabian Sea or going to any sea in the world, on the high sea? How can we arrest the water flow going into sea? Because it is a rainwater, it is a pure water, clean water, or the water coming from the Alps or mountains or Himalayas. It is same thing. It's a clean water, drinkable, potable water. How can we arrest that water inland and we consume less? This is what we have to see. So my today's message to all of you, whether it is flat products, long products, we must go for the value engineering. We must find a right balance in value addition and value engineering. Value addition, we feel sometimes that we are adding value in terms of rupees, dollars, euros, yen, or RMB. No. Value addition should be how can we reduce cost? That is value addition in my view. How can we reduce cost of a component? How can we reduce cost of an activity? That is the true value addition in the interest of nation, in the interest of universe, and in the interest of mankind. Today, the world is passing through a very, very turbulent time. When after Corona, after COVID, so many people, they have gone bankrupt. So many countries have gone bankrupt. We have to see how to make them workable. Because if we don't bring them to the mainstream, then it will be detrimental to the mankind, the entire world. And this is what is called value engineering. People, those who are engineers by qualification, people, those who are engineers by mind, people, those who are engineers by activity, people, those who are engineers as an entrepreneur, they must see and they must come together how to utilize the value engineering and how to consume less. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Sharma Saab. You always show a new direction. So the fact remains that the less we consume, the longer we live. Well, let us compare it to the human body. If we eat too much today, our life becomes shorter. So the less you consume, the longer you are able to do it. So that's the spirit behind. In fact, today, Mr. Alok Sahai, Secretary General of Indian Steel Association, is here with us today. So he just put out a press release today, which I'll request my son Ankit to just read it out for you before Mr. Sahai leaves. Because Mr. Sahai has a flight to catch today. In spite of that, I told him, no, I will not let you go. At least for a few moments, you have to drive the message of the industry. You are a spokesman for the industry today. So as the head of Indian Steel Association, I'm sure you have a message to give on the decarbonization front on various issues which concern the industry today. One is, of course, the standardization and quality systems, the need to revise the BIS codes, which we have been discussing a little while ago. So all this, I'm sure you'll put a direction. But before that, may I just say hello to Mr. Ashish Anupam, if you're here. Can you hear us, Mr. Ashish Anupam? Mr. Ashish Anupam, Managing Director of Tata Steel Long Products Limited. Mr. Ashish Anupam? Ankit, can you see him? You have already upgraded into the panel, right?
He's in the panel, yes.
Mr. Ashish Anupam, can you hear us? Okay, we'll come back to him after Mr. Sahai because Mr. Sahai has to leave. So I won't take much of his time, except the fact that I wanted to convey to Mr. Ashish Anupam, special congratulations on Tata Steel bagging the Neelachal Ispat bid today. So it's the hot news is Tata Steel is now the proud owner of Neelachal Ispat Nigam Limited, another privatization which has happened after Air India. So let's put our hands together for Tata Steel bagging Neelachal Ispat
Nigam
Limited.
I must, can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes,
Nirmala? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
So my first point is that I am not aware of this. This is not, there's no official communication.
This is a news which has come in a few minutes ago. Just a few minutes ago.
Okay. So yeah, so I'm not aware. So I will reserve my comment till the time the government gives an official communication, because I believe the process is still on. And at least I'm not aware of it. So if it is there, then I'm fine.
It's a newspaper report which I just received, and that mentions that you are the successful bidder.
Okay.
So,
but let us get the official communication from the government before I can say anything. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Mike.
Anyway, please accept my congratulations based on newspaper reports. So, so you are the next speaker after Mr. Alok Sahai. May I request Mr. Alok Sahai to start off, and then Mr. Anupam will take over. Since you have a flight to catch, I won't hold you for long. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, and thank you, Sharmaji, as usual. This time, it's a very interesting thing. And I was looking at one of the Tata advertisement on how we should live for the next generation. That was a very interesting ad. And you have narrated that in the steel industrial manner. That was some, painting competition. Very nicely, they have given an ad. And thank you, Radhika, for telling us a real story, something which make us all feel very proud. Thank you so much for taking time out and letting us know all these details. There are experts now of the industry, and there are technology experts here in this gathering. I only wanted to talk from the industry's perspective. We keep hearing that in the ministry or in the government forum, or also many of the consumers, they keep telling that India does not have, it cannot meet all the quality standards which are required for the country. And therefore imports are essential. we try to bring in, there are a number of initiatives government has taken, like, it introduced steel import monitoring system. It also introduced quality control order. We have also made requests to government regarding the domestic content labeling on products. So I wanted to just limit myself to these few issues, not exactly on the technological issues. How do we ensure that the end user is getting the right quality of material and the way probably it is intended to? SIMS, as we all know, there was a reason behind we bringing in SIMS, because the whole idea that there was an advance information available to all the stakeholders, be it the producers, be it the policy makers in the government. That was the whole idea of providing a SIMS data, and it should be meaningful and advanced information for all. Unfortunately, in the reality, what we have seen is the data which are coming, they are randomly being entered by all the importers, because there is neither any penalty nor there is any linkage to the direct ICE gate, the customs system. So people are getting away with giving data. They may import, they may not have imported. There are no linkages to that. And therefore, the informations are quite random. Similarly, if we go to the actual imports data, they would not match. Though it should be within 75 days, we are not able to link up the time period within which the imports are coming. And we are also not finding that, the kind of analysis which is done. Like one of the analysis was showing 67% of the imports are coming outside the quality control order. Then what happens that chapter 72, chapter 73, chapter 86, all data are together, we are showing that. Actually, there is a need for only looking at the 7206 to 7229, which are the relevant HS codes for as far as the steel producers are concerned. And what is the percentage of that is covered by the quality control order? Because when we talk about quality control order today, in reality, we have most of the products covered by that. We also find that SIMS data are more in the value terms, not in the quantity terms. That needs approach has to be changed. So primarily what we were finding that the SIMS data, in the absence of any mapping with actual imports, does not provide any actionable inputs for an analysis, be it the steel producers or even the policy makers. It is not able to convert into any actionable data. Now, what is the way forward for this? We can have categorization of imports. One is 72, 73, and 86. All the three we should separate. That is one thing. Then it should also give a qualitative assessment of imported steel product for compliance to the quality control order, because it's a good gateway right in the beginning that whether likely imports are following the quality control order or not. That can be determined right in the beginning. Then of course, what we mentioned, that it should be linked to ICE gate. So these are some of the suggestions which we will have. There needs to be an audit also of these import, steel import data, which is being presented in SIMS. And the variation in excess of, say, plus minus 10% or 15 or 20, whatever government may fix, any variation beyond that needs to be looked into, and maybe some penalty is also imposed if people are deliberately giving wrong information to government. This is something which should not be accepted by government. Again, coming to quality control order, from a situation when we had just 15 products in December 2015, Today, after a lot of efforts, it came to 53 products in by 19, and it has jumped to almost 145 products today. I think almost entire steel, quality is covered by quality control order. Yet, you look at the import data, not more than 30% imports are coming as under BIS specification. They are coming in foreign specification, which means either people are showing it as a outside the purview of quality control order in a wrong manner, or somewhere there is a mistake. It cannot happen that they can arrive at in a foreign specification, because all the foreign producers, if they want to export to India, needs to be registered with the BIS. And the whole idea of quality control order is to create a safe standard for the country, for the end users. That is the whole idea. And this is not only limited to foreign, it is also for the domestic producers. So there is a uniformity in application by government. We have what we have found that there are multiple overlapping international standards with the BIS standards. There are multiple BIS standards which may be equivalent to one foreign specification. These are issues. But then once a material is coming in the BIS standard, these are not an issue, and they have to be monitored only from that respect. There is also a problem that at customs or even at various government do not understand various specification of ASTM, JIS, DIN specification. And therefore, the SIMS data also, which is an advanced warning system, is not looked at with respect to the exact BIS specification where it should be fitted in. And therefore, the importers are getting away without, with imports which are coming with foreign specification, with foreign suppliers not being registered with BIS also, a violation of the quality control order. So that is so far as the imports are concerned. Even within our country, there are no monitoring whether people are issuing the test certificate as per the mill test certificate, as per the BIS standards, whether they meet those standards or not. Even in the country, it is not being followed. Like I was just analyzing, some of the imports which have come in galvanized. Almost 18%, 66,000 of imports of galvanized product have come in defective. How is it possible when galvanized products have been under the quality control order? Same is the case within India. How many of the domestic producers are following the quality control orders? And if they don't, then how can less steel, which is the slogan given by Sharma ji, can be successful in the country when, value addition is a great, long way. Not even the basic quality standards are met. And that is a concern for the entire industry, especially the industry which is quality conscious, that part of the industry which is quality conscious and which are looking to make higher and higher grade, better for consumers, how to make safety as the paramount thing in providing steel. So basically, a zero defect, zero effect policy of government can succeed only when these policies which have been made by government are implemented in true sense. We have also written to Finance Ministry in case of drug control or narcotics or FSSAI. In steel also, they can have participating government agencies, PGAs, it can be Mekon, Midhani, like that government agencies, which can be participating government agencies, so that a better monitoring system is implemented. We have to look at these things. A third issue we have taken up from the industry side is about the domestic content labeling. Whether the domestic content is, how much is the Indian, how much is foreign, how much is Chinese, or how much is the any other country. So domestic labeling has to be, is very important for the consumer. And since many of the B2B eventually leads to B2C, so even B2B supplies needs to have domestic labeling. And this, unless it is mandated by government, it will not happen. And once it is mandated, it will go a long way in ensuring quality product reaches our customer. So while I know today we have many experts and they will be talking in terms of technology, but I thought it is very important that all these talks cannot succeed unless we have these measures in place. With that, I thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving me an opportunity to speak in this forum. And thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sahai, for giving us time in spite of a tight schedule that you are going through. And I know you are a little jittery because you're already late, but I won't hold you for long. So thank you once again. And basically, you know, the particular issues, especially with regard to the standardization and the quality control order that you spoke about, this is something it has been going in our mind for quite some time. That is why, you know, we decided to organize our next webinar on the 11th of February on quality management and standardization in steel industry. So this will be our next webinar where,
very good.
In fact, we would like to raise these issues, and I'm trying my best to get hold of someone senior in BIS to address these issues in particular. And,
also, many of the director of industries are the ones, and also the customs people. These two agencies also, please call them, because they should own up these this, because they are the ones at the gate when the material enters in India. Customs authorities are there. How are they, you know, why should they not be more clear about the quality standards? They just can't allow any quality to, one second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you know how our customs work. In a country where, you know, the prime material at times is imported, is shown as, you know, seconds and defectives. We live in a country like that where, you know, you mend the rules according to the power of your purse. And it's very difficult, especially down the level, to control it to a great extent. And I won't take names, but there are big names also involved in this, where big names have done it in the past, importing, you know, prime as seconds and defectives, and putting the country's interests at stake. So I'm sure there are ways and means which are being thought of to avoid this. You know, at times I have got call from Calcutta Police to find out exactly what they should be looking for. You know, so this is something we need to work on. I'm sure we will. I will try and get someone from customs to address these issues. So thank you again, Mr. Sahai, for speaking on behalf of the industry and highlighting the very pertinent issues. So thank you, Mr. Sahai, but before we move on to Mr. Anupam, Ankit, could you just read out the press release which Mr. Sahai put out today, which has a quote, a couple of quotes from the leaders of the industry. If you could just read it out.
Yeah, so this is a press note on expectations from the government for greening steel. We have a quote from Mr. Dilip Oman, President ISA and CEO AMNS India. He says, central to a successful journey towards decarbonization of steel industry is the availability of sufficient green hydrogen and renewable energy at competitive pricing. The technologies required to adapt these with the existing infrastructure will be a real challenge. Therefore, the transition towards the greening steel will incur high initial capital costs and also operating low carbon steel plants will be considerably expensive in the short to medium term at least. The government needs to lay strong emphasis on R&D support, long-term finance availability at competitive rates, cross-sector collaboration, incentives, along with a well-designed policy to accelerate this transition. Next, we have a quote from Mr. Sajjan Jindal, Chairman, JSW Group. He says, India's economic growth synonyms with the growth of the steel industry. As we are poised to take a quantum leap, we must do so responsibly and sustainably, decoupling growth and economy from carbon emissions. The sector is taking initiatives on its own to reduce their carbon impact, but need policy and public support to adopt decarbonization technology economically viable at the early stage of adoption. Finally, we have a quote from Mr. T.V. Narendran, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Steel Limited. He says, for exports to remain globally competitive and address the growing concern around the climate change, Indian steel producers will need to decarbonize. This is especially true at a time when some of the world's developed nations are contemplating imposition of carbon tax under carbon border adjustment mechanism on the imported products. The Indian steel industry's decarbonization initiatives will also contribute to the nation's COP26 commitments. We believe the government's incentivization of low carbon technologies, funding of pilot projects, and marketplace creation of green products through policy interventions will enable this transition.
Thank you, Ankit. And
thank you, Ankit, for reading it out for us. Thank you so much. Actually, today industry is very, very serious, and especially major players are working, putting a lot of money on the decarbonization, and therefore stakes are very, very high. And if we have to continue in the global arena as the major player in the world, and also as steel is the major contributor to the carbon emission, we are looking at the government support, and therefore there was a need for us to put it out as a press release. Also, we have written to government, all the important people we have mentioned. So thank you for mentioning this.
Thank you, Mr. Sahai, and I'm sure this is something what Mr. V.R. Sharma rightly mentioned. Judicious use of resources is what we need to look at right now. Anything that we overuse becomes a burden anyway. So I see, Mr. Sahai, you're watching the clock all the time, so I won't hold you for long. So with that, we'll go over to Mr. Ashish Anupam, who's the Managing Director of Tata Steel Long Products and also the head of entire long products business of Tata Steel. So I'm sure he will have some more points to add to what we just discussed. And Satya Bodha, my good friend, is waiting. His mother is coming to Oman today, so he has to go and pick her up. So I will squeeze him in just after Mr. Ashish Anupam, if I get the permission of everyone, with everyone's permission, because he has to rush to the airport to pick up his mother. So I can't keep him for long. A good friend of mine, Satya Bodha, was with Danelli India for quite some time, as you all know. So from his days in Danelli India, thereafter in Mittal Steel Corp, all through I have been interacting with him. So someone I know him for ages, for decades now. So with that, it's over to you, Mr. Ashish Anupam, Managing Director, Tata Steel Long Products Limited. And Ankit, in the meantime, if you could just see the video for yourself, if there is something that you can share with us about Neelachal Ispat being backed by Tata Steel, which is the news of the day, I would say. So over to you, Mr. Anupam. Just after Air India, the Tatas have bagged another, I would say, a very good mill, because I have, been visiting NINL for, it was more than a decade ago when Mr. Subrata Ray was the managing director of NINL, and, I could see tears in his eyes, unable to pay the vendors on time. So I think NINL has got into the right hands, and this was something which should have happened, I would say, earlier as well. So Ankit, is this a long video? Then we can play for a couple of minutes before.
It's a 1.5 minute video.
Yeah, then we can just play it. Yeah.
और चलिए
Where is the audio?
क्या बड़ी खबर एक्सक्लूसिव
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yep. Is it okay
MMTC
now?
से जुड़ी एक एक्सक्लूसिव खबर निकल के आ रही है और इस खबर की डिटेल लेकर मेरे सहयोगी अमरीश पांडे मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। अमरीश, गुड मॉर्निंग, जरा बताइए क्या बड़ी खबर, एक्सक्लूसिव खबर आपके पास है?
MMTC से जुड़ी जो बड़ी खबर हमारे पास है वो है नीलाचल इस्पात के विनिवेश को लेकर। नीलाचल इस्पात का जो विनिवेश की प्रक्रिया है वो लगभग पूरी हो चुकी है और सरकार इसका ऐलान अगले 1-2 दिनों में कर सकती है। जो हमें जानकारी मिली है उसके हिसाब से 3 बड़ी बोलियां इसके लिए मिली थी, जिसमें कि टाटा स्टील, JSPL और JSW, ये 3 बड़े जो आवेदक थे इसके लिए जिन्होंने बड़ी बोलियां लगाई थी। और जैसी हमारी जानकारी है उसके हिसाब से टाटा स्टील को इसकी बोली सबसे बड़ी थी, टाटा स्टील की बोली इसके लिए, और टाटा स्टील ने ही इसको जीत लिया है। सरकार इस बात का ऐलान अगले 2-3 दिन में कर सकती है। जो वैल्यूएशन थी कंपनी की वो थी लगभग 6 से 7 हजार की, और जो टाटा स्टील ने बोली लगाई है वो हमारे सूत्रों के अनुसार वो बोली लगभग 10 से 12 हजार करोड़ के बीच की है। अगर हम MMTC की बात करते हैं तो MMTC का इसमें 49% से ज्यादा का हिस्सा है, और इसको ये जो रकम होगी विनिवेश के बाद की वो पैसा MMTC को अलग से दिया जाएगा। तो कुल मिला के MMTC के लिए ये बड़ी खबर है, अच्छी खबर है, और विनिवेश की एक प्रक्रिया और पूरी होने जा रही है। कल हमने देखा था एयर इंडिया का विनिवेश सरकार ने कंप्लीट किया है, और एक ये नया विनिवेश का जो प्रोजेक्ट था सरकार का वो भी पूरा होने वाला है जी।
So that is it, Mr. Anupam. Once again, congratulations to you. You know, the Tatas have always carried the legacy in every field that, you know, Tata Steel has gone into. And I still remember the old saying in Tata Steel, you know, how with Mr. Tata, Jamshedji Nasirwanji Tata thought of building the steel plant. When there was a famous saying by Mr. Thomas Carlyle, who said, "The country which has the steel will have the gold." So that is how Tata Steel came into this business, or how Tata Steel was from 1907. It took almost 100 years to complete 4 million tons. But from 4 million tons right to, let's say, close to 30 million ton was a cakewalk for Tata Steel. So it has shown the industry the way, and no one else would be able to do justice to the legacy of Tata Steel to take it forward than Mr. Ashish Anupam, who is with us today, who heads the entire long product business of Tata Steel. Over to you, Mr. Ashish Anupam.
Thank you, Nirmala. Am I audible first?
Absolutely, loud and clear.
Thank you. And at the outset, I would like to first thank for giving me this opportunity to share my views and thoughts on subject of long product steel market and technology. Again, I would reiterate that I don't have any information from the government on this NINL, so I will wait and watch till the time we get an official confirmation. So till that time, it's anybody's guess. Having said that, so let me start by saying that I think this decade we are looking at a very exciting time in the steel industry, both from the industry perspective, from technology perspective, from customer and the markets. Why I say so? Because if I look at this decade, the growth which the industry will see in India will far exceed what we have seen in the past decades. Suppose, for example, if I have to give you some numbers, these are my feelings, that today if India makes and consumes about slightly above 100 million tons, within by 2030, 29-30, it should be 200 million tons plus. Never had any decade seen such kind of a growth, correct? And if you look at all the steel players are looking at how to maximize their opportunity to participate in this growth. If I have to come to long products specifically, India being a developing economy, and it's a standard concept that any developing economy, the long product share is always a bit more than the flats, because end of the day, long products contribute significantly to the infrastructure segment, and infrastructure is one of the biggest portfolio which drives the economy and which drives a developing nation into a developed nation. So giving some broad numbers, if India becomes a 200 million ton player or consumption by 2030, I think longs will be close to 100. Because broadly, slightly above 50%, if you look at the data in the world, in the developing nations, about 55 to 56% is longs. And in the developed nation, the reverse changes because more of flats. That's how the developed nations move on. So I think it's a huge opportunity for the Indian economy and the Indian steel industry to participate in the growth from 48 million ton to 50 million ton today. If I look at from the long product perspective, growing to about close to 100 million ton. That's the ballpark. Now, if you look at what is the demand driver, I think the biggest demand driver would be the growth in the infrastructure. And if you look at what the government has been doing, I think the government has been doing an outstanding work in terms of the boosting the economy, in terms of infrastructure spend, and announcing a lot of big projects. Unfortunately, last 1 or 2 years, because of pandemic, things have been slowed down. But I'm quite confident that in this upcoming budget, and the government will continue its push towards the infrastructure, whether there's a Bharatmala project, the Jal Jeevan project, expansion of gas pipeline, metro network, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, dedicated freight corridors, you name it is there. And of late, the Gan Shakti, which has been driven very strongly to driving the highways and the roads and the ropeways and the waterways. And it's a huge thing which is going to come up. And there's an immense opportunity for us to look at from the long product perspective as we look at the markets. So broadly sense, I think it's an exciting time, as I mentioned. We look at doubling the capacity and doubling the consumption of longs, correct? But what I thought to share with all of you all today is what some of the mega trends which I'm watching, or which we are watching together in the world and in India, correct? And how those mega trends will impact both positively and negatively to the steel industry and long products specifically. So I think next 5 to 10 minutes, which I'll deliberate upon, will be more on the mega trends and what does this mega trends imply to the steel industry. The first mega trend, as many of you all have said, and some of the leaders, as was mentioned just before I started my talk, whether it is Dilip Omen or Mr. Narendran or Mr. Jindal, they'll all talk on sustainability. And the whole world is talking about it. And that's the mega trend. And specifically on the carbon emissions. Now, what does it imply to the steel industry? I think that the steel industry will go for a change in the technology. That's a significant impact it's going to make from the technology. Why I'm saying so? If you look at the rest of the world, we have facilities in Europe. We have facilities in Europe, and we see a lot of shift which is happening because of this carbon in the way business is transacted and the way government looks at in a very different manner. I used to work in Southeast Asia before coming back to India in Tata Steel. And I know for sure that countries like Singapore had introduced carbon tax 3 or 4 years back when I was there in Singapore. And today I look at Indonesia, I think they have a very minor carbon tax. These are steps towards the right direction. It's bound to happen. Whether carbon tax or not, I think it's, as somebody said, it's our onus, it's our responsibility to make sure that we leave this planet Earth in a much better fashion for the next generation to prosper. I think that's the biggest responsibility we as corporates and we as good corporate citizens, corporates and citizens have towards our next generation. And I'm also sure that it's not only because of the government. I think there will be a lot of role played by the customers to drive this as well. As I see, many of the consuming sectors going forward will ask, what has been your carbon emission before you sell the product? So while the government will take time, as we all know, India said about 2070 will be carbon net zero. But what I see in the world, if you really want to export to the most discerning customers and the discerning market segments across the world, and even the discerning customers who are staying in India and having establishment in India, I'll not be surprised when they start demanding as well that what has been the carbon emission in the product that you manufacture. I'm seeing that in Europe happen. If you look at Mercedes-Benz, the cars, they've decided that they will be using all the products, or most of the products, which are carbon net zero. So one is the push from the government. One is our own answering to the society at large. Third thing, the customer. So what will it do? What will it do? Or what will it imply to the steel industry as what we saw this technology? So we see a lot of work which is happening in technology front to reduce the carbon emission. India is producing almost like 2.5 or 2.6 something like that tons of carbon per ton of crude steel. Our European colleagues make about 1.8. But I think the idea is how do we continuously bring down, and not only bring down by minuscule, having some breakthrough technologies. And having said that, all of you all know, and it's not something new, people are working on hydrogen, people are working on gas-based DRIs, people are working on scrap, people are looking at more of electric arc. So this is how the decade will move, and scrap may become one of the key raw materials apart from coal and iron ore as we go in the steel making, as what we are seeing in the rest of the, especially in long products. So two things, as I mentioned, technology and hydrogen will be at the game, but I think it will take time, as all the leaders have mentioned. There is a lot of investment required. We need government support, incentivization, which is quite right. And I think it's not easy producing mass hydrogen for such kind of a steel plants of almost 200 million ton. But these are the ways which will move. So it's not one type solution. I think there will be a mix of solutions which will come with carbon. There will be carbon capture, carbon storage, using the carbon to produce something byproduct like methane, using the resources of water, and also using a scrap and electric arc will come in the future. So people will be cautious and will also look forward, because any investments in steel is a long-term investment. The capital comes back, the return comes back for a long period of time. And if a coal and blast furnace becomes a bit of an issue, I think Indian industries has a challenge. They have to grow, but also keeping in mind that the growth should be in certain manner, that it should be in line with what the future is entailing, given what we're seeing in the world for tomorrow. That's something which I'm very sure was going to happen, and which is we are always seeing, and India will see this, but in a different manner and over a period of time. Therefore, as what all the leaders said, everybody is very focused, as rightly what they said. All three of them, all the three stalwarts of the Indian steel industry have mentioned the same thing. That's the real focus. So you can understand the concern of the top management of any steel industry is decarbonization, and people are looking forward to in various technologies to make. That's one clear shift I'm seeing in terms of mega trends and what implication it will have. And mind you, I'm repeating, it will not be only from the government, it will be driven by the customer also. That's one. Second thing which I'm also seeing as a mega trend is evolving consumer preference. The consumer preference, to my mind, is changing very fast in a very speedy manner. Now, what do I mean by consumer preference? If you look at the B2C customer, what are they looking at? They're looking at convenience and they're looking at experience in any product or any service which they're getting it. And the pandemic has really taught us and taught the consumers completely different way of executing business. They need convenience. Sitting from home, you can do anything today using the technology, using digital, and they want a great experience. Now, what does that imply to the steel industry? And what does that imply, especially to long products, for example? If I give you some parallels, B2B company of a, let's say, construction company, when they are making big construction projects, what are they looking at in terms of how will this implication, what will this imply to the long product industry? What does experience and convenience mean to them? I feel that going forward, they'll be more ready to use material at construction sites rather than work happening at the construction sites. That's what we see in the Western world. We'll see more of solutions rather than the products. The servicetization will be the key word going forward in how you service a customer. Again, as for example, I say, if you're making for example, a big highway is coming in your Bharatmala project or the Ganshakti project, a road highways today, almost 29 to 30 kilometers of road is being made in a day. What can steel industry do to make sure that the transport ministry or the highway department can make 100 kilometers per day? It depends upon what kind of product to give you and how can we help the government and the construction industry. Because three things are very important to my mind in any of these projects. One is speed. The speed of the construction in India is far lower as what we see in the world. Because of what? Because of technology. And how can we play a role? Just not by providing. Do you see at any construction site so many laborers play? Tomorrow, do you see that so many laborers will be there? That's the question which we have. If that not be so, what is the value which the steel industry can provide? Probably prefab and off-site construction and ready-to-use material will become the order of the day, or should, and in order to enable the construction industry to do better. Second, what I'm looking at from the convenience perspective, today, if you look at the construction industry, which is very important from the long product segment, the value chain or the chain of people are really fragmented in the construction sector. right from the designer to a consultant to an engineer to a contractor to a labor, a huge lot of people sitting there. And probably there is a mismatch in understanding, and it's not going in hand in glove together. There's a huge opportunity which we can play in structuring. If you look at the automotive sector and you look at the construction sector, the maturity of the automotive sector is far more, because they were discerning customers from overseas who brought into India the whole concept of ancillarization and consolidating the whole game. Today in the construction sector, if the big contractors and the big builders come from overseas, they're going to bring the change. So that's the second thing which I'm thinking, that evolving consumer preference is going to change. Now let's come to the B2C customer, which is like an individual house builder like you and me. What is their preference today? Till yesterday, they were going to a dealer outlet, buying a rebar or a structural or what, and they don't have any knowledge of the construction. Today, there are platforms. They can buy directly from platform. They don't need to go to a dealer outlet. And the platforms provide the services for them to educate. So that is something which is going to definitely change. And post-pandemic and the evolving digital trend and the digital economy and the platforms coming far and more in the last couple of years, and I see plethora of them coming going forward, I think consumers will have a different choice. Consumers will have more choice. And we as a steel industry would have to see that whether we are only supplying products or whether we are participating in making their experience and convenience a much better one, so they can have a better experience with the steel industry. Today, steel industries look like selling in tons. That's it. It's like a mandi. But do you see it changing? I think that's something which we would witness, given the mega trends, what I'm looking at it. Third thing which I'm looking at is accelerated technical disruption. Disruption in technology has made many companies out of business. I think there are many examples that illustrate over here. I think steel industry is far more resilient. It's not going to get out. But some of the people is going to make a world of difference in the area of technology. What I see going forward is mass automation in the plants. Mass automation. The usage of data is not only about data. Data is a data. What do you do with data? How do you convert data into an information? Which means I'm coming to predictive analytics and going forward artificial intelligence. Those will become very critical when we run the plant. Today, you don't need to sit where your plant is. People are operating the plant sitting somewhere else. There are multi-location plants running. Well, people operating from third geography. That's what digital twin has brought into this game. I think that's something which we see, and the speed of this change will be phenomenal. I think that is something which I do, and a lot of industries have gone for a big change. Whether you look at the consumer sector, like to the auto industry, big change. Even though the mining industries, with the technology disruption which is happening. And as I said, and the steel industry has not seen that. But I think this decade, people will take quantum jumps in making steel industries also technologically very savvy and not depend too much on people, but depend on data and analytics to make their plants far more efficient, far more predictive with what kind of a raw material, with what kind of inputs you have, so that you get the best of the outputs, what the customer wants, and delivering to the customer the stuff which gives them great experience and great convenience. I think that is something with the third trend which I'm looking at from technology disruption. The fourth trend which I'm looking at is economic rebalancing. The thing which is going to happen is more of inclusion and diversity. So traditionally, steel industry has not been very active in diversity and inclusion. But going forward, the community and your responsibility towards society will drive inclusion and diversity. And therefore, what is the implication to the steel industry in this way? One of the foremost things which I feel is going to happen, and all the leaders of the steel industry need to focus, is on skilling and reskilling. Because if the technology disruption is happening, let's be honest, the steel industry is not one of the most sexy industries to join in. It's honest, it's there. Correct? But how, which means the onus is on us. How do we reskill and skill people to be future ready? I think that's what's going to make a big difference. Because if you are imbibing technology, but if you're not ready to reskill the people and skill the people, you'll not be sailing in the same boat, so to say. Okay? And therefore, the focus on women in shop floor is going to become very important. How do we see why is the shop floor full of only men? Right? Because today women are, as the gender equality is there. And therefore, to my mind, I think diversity and inclusion of your society will play a significant role. And this is the mega trend again, which we are looking at. And that's how we have to see what does it imply to steel industry? What does it imply to all of us? And where's there's an opportunity? I think all of them presents a great opportunity rather than threats. I think each one of them presents huge amount of opportunity. And therefore, our leaders and our industry should be ready to skill and reskill the people to make them future ready with the new technologies, with diversity and with inclusion, to look at this decade, a different decade itself. So that's the fourth thing which I think is going to happen. The fifth mega trend which I'm looking at is rise of the protective states. What I mean by saying this is that there'll be localization, what I call. There will be localizations with global thinking. That's what the government is also trying to push through Atmanirbhar Bharat. Pandemic has shown that the supply chain disruptions can really disrupt your business. And for that, we need to have localizations. You think globally, you adopt technologies of globe, but you act locally. And that's what is going to make us a difference. And that's exactly what the push of the government is, whether it's a PLI scheme or the government is trying to get to reduce imports in making ourselves more local, so that any of these interventions with the geopolitical tensions across the world, which is another mega trend which you're watching, how do you ring fence your business, especially in steel, where you are dependent, many of us, with the global suppliers, how do you ring fence? And therefore, to my mind, it will be very important to look at which are the areas you can do yourself or build partners in your society who can help you to prosper and bring up the whole society as well. So I think that's the fifth thing which I'm looking at, which to my mind is rising of the protective states, which is nothing but shorter business cycles, use of alternate materials, and developing an ecosystem. For example, if you have to make electric arc steel, how do you securitize scrap? And that's what the Steel all of you would know. We have gone to scrap recycling. And we have started a small unit in Delhi, in North, in Rohtak. Not in Delhi, sorry, in Rohtak. And we want to do that. So how do you do? Otherwise, you keep doing like that, And I think that's something which is, again, which is going to see the mega trend and the impact on the industry at large, and look at the steel industry specific. And the last thing which I just want to talk is on the new energy and mobility. I think this also, all of us know that electric vehicles is around the corner. Why around the corner? Is already there. The mobility in the country and the world is changing. The renewable energy is going to drive big change. We're all dependent on thermal power today. But if you look at the focus of renewable energy, it might be very small. I'm okay with that. But what can steel industry do to propel the renewable energy, which is the need of the hour, which will also have an impact on the first point which I mentioned, which is on sustainability and carbon emissions. So what are the products and the services which, as a steel industry, as a long product guys, we can provide to the electric vehicles, also to the other renewable energy sources, whether it's solar or hydro or nuclear, or for that matter, anything else. And how do we partner with them for the greater cause? Because in most of our industries, we are the biggest consumers of power, especially if you have an electric arc furnace. You're the biggest consumer of power. That doesn't absolve us from, being under the shadow of that. I'm not using iron ore and coal. I'm not using coal, but I'm burning power, because the scope 2 of your sustainability carbon emissions also talks of how much of electricity you buy and through which source you buy. So that's another trend which I'm looking at, which is going to impact this decade. And I think there's, again, hordes of opportunity for steel industry to take the good points of it and work towards it. So I think, and if you look at the electric vehicle, I think electric vehicle is there. And even in long products, there are a lot of specialty steels which we make for automotive, although flats are largely into, and longs is not to that extent in automotive, but there are a lot of specialty steels which we make. Obviously, the engine components goes off, but it doesn't mean the demand is coming down. The number of automobiles which the country will make is phenomenal. And also with the ELV scheme, which Union Minister Gadkari Saab is driving, and the scrappage policy, which is going to come in effect from 2023 or 24, is really going to drive change. The automotive industry will go up significantly, and the use of this scrap material can be recycled. And I think the steel industry can be a big usage of the scrap. And there are other components, other industry, other metals and other components can also be taken from the. So what I think some of the other my previous speakers spoke, it's all about the 3 R's. What we end of the day we talk of in sustainability, which is reuse, recycle. And that's the way it is done. And to my mind, I think the drive towards this end-of-life vehicle and scrappage policy is a great step the government is taking towards making a safer driving and safer road practices in the country, and also utilizing and not wasting as scrap, utilizing this so-called end-of-life vehicles into the reusability. And to my mind, steel is one of the most recycled items, which can be easily be done for producing more steel. You take steel to make more steel, and if you combine with the renewable power energy, so these are some of the stuff which I think I look at very differently, and I'm sure the steel industry looks at very differently in this decade, what the previous couple of decades the industry has seen. And I'm quite confident that a lot of the steel industry needs to take advantage, needs to look at opportunities within these adversities. And to my mind, there are plenty of opportunities. The growth is there. There's no doubt to the growth. There's a strong infrastructure push, which we have to participate with government in their demand, in their push, and how to make this happen. We have to make it happen in a speedy manner, in the most efficient and the most quality conscious manner. And the speedy manner, as I said, it will be more solutions as the consumer preferences keep changing very fast over the last couple of decades. Technology will go for a change because there's a push from the environment on sustainability, not only push from the environment, I think the push from the customer will also be there. Right? And with the new technology disruption which is happening, one has to be making sure that our all plants and facilities are adapting to the new technologies and making data very strong. Data will drive thinking, and data will drive a lot of analytics to give you more informed and quick decisions for the leaders to take in the steel industry. This is how I wanted to, in a short span of time for 5 to 10 minutes, these are some of my thoughts which I just want to lay on the table. And I'm ready to listen to some of the views or some questions you have. But these are some of my independent thoughts as how the mega trends which we are seeing in the world and in India does makes an impact to the steel industry, specifically the long product, and also to make sure to tell all of you all, there's loads of opportunities for all of us to participate in this exciting decade, which is ready to unfold. Thank you very much for giving me time. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Anupam. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you so much. I'm sure there might be a few questions because I can see Mr. Mohammad Imtiazuddin. Mr. Imtiazuddin, if you have a question, Ankit, if you can just upgrade him so that he can ask his question. Mr. Imtiazuddin. Ankit, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Imtiazuddin, you can now ask your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Actually, it was exciting to hear Ashish Anupam. So I put a comment in chat box that the mega trends he has explained actually really futuristic viewpoint you have got, and that's what I was appreciating him. Actually, I have no question, but I've given a comment.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Imtiazuddin, if you could identify yourself, where you are from.
This is Imtiaz. I'm head of sales and marketing in BSRM Group, Bangladesh. I'm from Bangladesh.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Imtiaz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ravi, do you have a question? For again, Ravi is someone who's ex-Tata Steel, so of the same genre. I'm sure, Mr. Anupam, you must be knowing Ravi. Ravi was with Tata Riasan, then called Tata Riasan, which is now Tata Distribution and Logistics. So Ravi, Ravi went to become the CEO of Hypermart business of SR, and now he is the CEO of Sulb in Bahrain. So Ravi, any questions that you have for Ashish?
I know Ravi very well. Hi Ravi, how are you? So good to hear you, Ravi, after so long.
1990, 97, 98.
Yeah.
Good to hear you. Good
Same
thoughts.
here. Absolute pleasure.
Great thoughts.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, Nirmalya, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Ravi. Thank you so much. Your friend Satya Bodha is waiting eagerly to go ahead. But before that, I'll just take 10 minutes because you said 5:30 is your deadline. So I'll just request Mr. Sanjay Jairam, who's been waiting because his slot is already due. He was due at 4:40. So he's 40 minutes behind schedule. And the delay is obviously due to our lengthening of each speech. So I would request Sanjay to take over because all this time we're talking more on the long. So it's high time we talk about the flat segment, and especially with regard to the electrical steel segment, the CRGO and CRNO segment, where we have not been able to do earlier. This morning when I was talking to the Secretary General of Indian Steel Association, Mr. Alok Sahai, we were talking about the same thing on the same lines, that why is that we have not been able to capitalize on the electrical steel segment, CRNO and CRGO. So with that, I would request Mr. Sanjay Jairam, who's the Senior Executive Vice President of JSW Steel, and someone whom I have interacted before, and he's been on our webinars before also. So Sanjay, the floor is yours. And then we'll move on to Satya Bodha, and then to Mr. Panwar.
Good evening to everybody, and good evening, Nirmalaya, and thank you very much for having me over. And good evening to all my friends, my very good friends from the steel industry whom I know for a very, very, very long time. In fact, I don't have too much to add to the gentle comments made on what is happening on the technology and how capacities are getting enhanced and how individual companies are going to be contributing towards upgradation of their product baskets. But some of the points which I want to reiterate is, yes, I think as responsible citizens and as the industry captains of the core sector, and especially steel, I think the onus and responsibility lies with us to produce more and more green steel. And the whole world is working towards carbon neutrality. I think we need to be very mindful about that. Environment and safety for the common man is very important. And we all know the kind of CO2 emissions that are emitted from steel industries and other core sectors. But it's easier said than done. I think more and more companies around the world are shutting down capacities which are polluting. And we can see that change happening in China. We can see that change happening in Europe and in America. And the good part in India is that most of the steel companies in India in the last 20 years have put up state-of-the-art mills, and they have put up world-class facilities, and today are making world-class products. And today I can proudly say that the Indian steel industry is capable of producing 95% of the total products, irrespective of whether it is longs or flats, to meet the demands of the Indian consumer. And the good part is that the Indian consumption is almost 90% of the total demand. And it's only 10% of the total steel which we manufacture is exported. So that augurs very well for the steel industry. And the kind of growth charter that we have set for ourselves, and the Honorable Prime Minister and the Government of India, the kind of money outlays that are there in the system, and the kind of money that is getting plowed into the construction and infra space, the kind of money that is getting plowed in the automotive sector and the renewable energy is all going to be huge. And all that is going to be using steel very, very majorly. And more and more companies in India, especially the big players like Tata Steel, ArcelorMittal, JSW, JSPL, have all upgraded their technologies and have all, brought in a new knack of making high-grade products. And as we speak about JSW, more than 55% of our total steel products are in the value-added space. And we are today one of the largest steel companies in India at 27 million. We've just capitalized our Dolvi expansion of 10 million tons. And with Bhushan and Monet, we are 27 million in terms of crude steel capacity. And more than 55% of our steel products come under the value-added space. And it was very interesting to hear Mr. V.R. Sharma talking about making less and consuming less. So that way you're smartly making better steels, you're smartly making upgraded steels, and you're able to satisfy the end customer. And some of the very interesting points with Ashish made in terms of diversity and inclusion, I fully agree with that. And I also, agree with him when he says that the whole world has changed. In the last 2 years, the pandemic has come as a slap on us, and the whole business has changed in a completely different direction. And digitalization and analytics are going to be coming in with renewed vigor. I think all of us have to be looking at these tools to do business better, to do business smarter. Consumers are getting smarter. They know everything about your industry as much as you do that. So I think the whole game plan has changed. And talking about the new products which are coming in, renewable energy, yes. And electrical steel is one product, especially the CRGO. We have not been very successful. The total consumption of CRGO in India is with close to about 250,000 tons per annum, but we don't produce even 10% of the total products. And of course, we all know as to why this product is not made in India. One, of course, is the technology that is involved. Second is the cost of the capex and the opex is so large. And the third, of course, the demand also, which has been slowly limping towards getting to a level of 250,000. But in the last 5 to 7 years' time, the CRNO demand, which is close to about 700,000 tons, has improved. And we are 3 large players in India producing this demand and meeting this demand. But going forward, I firmly believe that the CRNO demand will completely skyrocket. And this, I believe, basically will happen from the electric mobility, because the electric motors and the electric cars and the battery technology and all. Just a minute, please. I'm sorry. So the battery technology and the kind of electric steel usage in the electric vehicles are going to be of high-grade CRNO, which are all going to be using silicon percentages of 2.5 and right up to 3% silicon. And those steels are not made within India. But even worldwide, that requirement is quite low, basically because electric vehicles are still not in a very big number worldwide. But it's going to be here to stay. And I think we will have to look at these steels also going forward. And I think all of you are aware, which is there in the public domain, that JSW Steel, along with our technology partner, is keenly conducting a feasibility study to set up a CRGO plant in the country. And we are one of the largest players in the CRNO. And we have a very, very diversified product portfolio. And I can go on record to say that we are confident that we can produce the HRGO product in our mills. And we've already taken some trials and we're happy with the trials. But of course, it's a little away for us to make any further comments on this. So electrical steel definitely has got a good future in India. And with renewable energy and with the other sources of power coming in, we are going to be seeing the usage of steel, especially high-grade steel, going forward. Like the automotive industry has also changed its complete game plan in the last 8 to 10 years' time. Prior to that, steels that were supplied to the automotive industry, both for the auto body structures and for the internal members, were all in the levels of 340 and 440 MPas. Today, people are talking about 980 MPa, which we can make, and we are supplying to a lot of auto majors within the country. And people have internationally, people are using even 1300 MPas and 1500 MPa steels. So steels are going to get lighter, steels are going to get stronger. And so all this is going to contribute to a better environment. all this is going to contribute to lesser carbon emissions. And I think these are some of the areas that we all need to be mindful about. Capacity additions can happen, technology upgradations can happen, and large mills can become bigger. But the moral responsibility for all of us as Indian citizens or as citizens of the global world, I think we need to be very clear that ultimately we need to have a good, clean environment to breathe. We need a good, clean climate to live in. So I think, so these are some of the points which I wanted to bring to the table. I don't want to repeat quite of the things which Ashish and Mr. V.R. Sharma and my other esteemed panelists who have spoken in front of me, who have before me, have said. So I just wanted to make this limited point. And thank you once again, Nirmala. You always try to bring in an array of speakers from a wide, diverse section of the steel and allied businesses. And it's always very interesting to participate in these kind of seminars. So all the very best. And I wish the seminar, the balance seminar, the very best of luck and all the very best to the participants. And wish you all a very happy 2022. And we all hope that FY23 is going to be better than FY22 and even better than FY21.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure listening to you. I've even other than virtual conferences, other than webinars, I've heard you in conferences in Mumbai. I've heard you, and you're definitely a very eloquent speaker. And a pleasure listening to you. A lot of content to take back home, and food for thought for sure. So, having sort of covered the electrical steel part to a great extent, which is something which interests all of us, because this is a question which we keep asking: why haven't we excelled? But I'm sure JSW has a lot of collaboration with the Japanese companies. And including with JFE and others. So with that, yes, Sanjay, please.
Just one point which I wanted to make. In fact, I forgot about. I wanted to make this point. I think we must take in. I wish to place on record the the decision of the government of India to introduce the PLI scheme. And in the PLI scheme, the electrical steel is one integral part. And I think this was a huge step from the government of India to promote Atmanirbhar Bharat, and this will definitely augur well not only for electrical steel and for a lot of other steels, especially in the alloy steel category and the high grade category, which people believe is not being made in India. I think the thought process of the consumer also needs a little change, and I think with the steel industry engaging with consumers more, I think we'll be on an open ground and we'll be on the open page. So kudos to the government for bringing in electrical steel per se under the PLI scheme. And while it's still a little far away for the benefits to accrue, but I think companies can start working in this direction to make things happen.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. I think the point is well taken. In terms of value addition, the PLI scheme basically intends to ensure that you get the incentives when you do that value addition in terms of gains, which is again a part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. So with that, Sanjay, thank you so much. I'll just take a quick question from Mr. Ekrikpo. How is this, Mr. Ekrikpo, if you can hear me? Mr. Ekrikpo, can you hear me? Mr. Ekrikpo, can you hear me? Okay, so I think Mr. Ekrikpo is... he can't hear me, or he is not near to his PC or laptop. So anyway, with that, we'll move on to Mr. Satya Bodha. Mr. Satya Bodha is, as you know, those who have been associated with the industry know him quite well. He's been, I know him for, I suppose, more than a decade now, more than two, I would say close to 2 decades. Well, when were you in Daneli, Satya, if I may ask you?
Yeah, thanks, Nirmala. I started my career with JSW in 98, then Ispat Industries. Then I was in Daneli between 2008 and 12.
Yes, so 2008 onwards, I've been interacting with you. So it's really been a long time. And just a quick input from you because you're rushing to pick your mother up, I know. So I won't
Yes,
hold it for long.
Nirmalya, I will definitely help you. I will not take more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, over to
It's
you.
an
So
honor
without
to
wasting
be.
time. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's honor to be here on this platform, and also very happy that I am sandwiched between two of my ex-colleagues, Sanjay, where I started in JSW, and Gajendra is my elder brother, is my next speaker. So as I told, I'll try to finish in 5 minutes, and I would like to share a couple of slides. First of all, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. And from Oman, Muscat, it's a very beautiful country with more than 3,000 kilometers of coastal line and one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. So I welcome all of you to visit this small, beautiful country, a very friendly country with India. I work for Moon Iron and Steel Company. We are a very small company, but definitely we are a very special company. At the moment, we are producing 1.2 million tons of steel, long steel, and we are backward integration with a DRI plant, maybe the first hydrogen-based plant in this part of the world. And we are centrally located between Dubai and Muscat, a place called Sohar. This is where our plant is there, and you can see a very long 3,000 kilometer coast with one of the deepest ports of 21 meter draft. We are building our own port, which will be ready in a year's time. And within a shortest span, maybe one of the few in the world, we got all the approvals for very best quality of production. I think this is our production route. So basically, coming to the main topic, I think this small slide which tells us about what happened in last 50 years in the steel industry. I think only 3 major years, as I see, in the 1993, China took over United States and came to the front. And in the 2017, China crossed production more than half of what world is producing. And this year, this is 2022, is going to be a very special year for steel industry since we will be crossing 2 billion tons of production. I think this everyone knows about what is happening in the world. This is the data released 3 days ago. So Middle East is with a production of about less than 5% of total annual production happening in the world. So as we think what is happening, what happened, the prices have increased. This has the raw material prices increased. What will happen? I think this is a new normal, in my opinion, and I think this is going to sustain. We are, in fact, Middle East, like other countries, we were extremely depending on the sea front, and increase of 200 to 300% of freight rates really caused a big damage to all of us. But the biggest advantage for us is we have natural gas, we have power, and with this, I think Middle East is in a very good position, especially in the long products. So we, Middle East, especially the GCC at the moment, have only one flat mill, and I think including ourselves, 2-3 of us are planning to enter into the flat industry, and maybe we will be one of the cheapest steel producer in the world. I think there's no need to elaborate, as Mr. Sharma and everyone has explained. I think the future of steel industry lies in 3 things. One is decarbonization. As I explained, Moon Iron and Steel, we are going to set up a 1.6 million ton DRI plant, and we will be announcing, hopefully in a couple of months, the first hydrogen-based plant in this part of the world. And as Sharmaji was mentioning, the value engineering, in fact, it was a new dimension altogether. Instead of increased steel consumption, he was mentioning decrease the steel consumption and increase the value addition. I think this is the future. And of course, the future is again in new technologies. I think Gajendra will touch more on this subject. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and hope to have a next conference very live and come to India and meet all of you in person. Thank you very much, Nirmalya, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Satyabodha. Always good to see our old friend after such a long time. Even Ravi, I have not met for quite some time, because this year, last year I missed the MEIS, Middle East Iron and Steel Conference, where normally I get to see you.
Ravi is a hero in this part of the world. He is always on the stage, and he's a pride of this Middle East.
Yes, yes.
I also got I'm sorry. I also got the opportunity to meet with Mr. Bodha during Steel Tech Bilbao, if you can remember. Hello.
Yes, Rajesh ji. It is very nice to catch you again after 3 months. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
we had a good discussion during that Steel Tech, and it was a nice venue to discuss.
Yes.
Nice to see you back.
Fantastic place. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Mr. Satyabodha, for being with us. And I'm fortunate that I could squeeze you through because of the time pressures that you have. And I will not hold you for too long because my good friend, Mr. Panwar, is also waiting for a long time. And over to you, Mr. Gajendra Panwar. Again, Mr. Panwar is someone I know from his days in Indomag. So that's been pretty long. So I still remember in early 90s when I sort of came to this industry. So from those days, I know Mr. Panwar for that long. So again, someone I have worked with for many years now. And even during his tenure as managing director of Danelli Chorus, we had enough opportunities of interacting with each other. And it's really an opportunity once again to have Mr. Panwar as the managing director of Danelli, CEO of Danelli India. And the floor is all yours, Mr. Gajendra Panwar, to take us through the journey. And as we all know, Danelli is a front runner in the long product segment. There is no second thoughts. Out of the three big darlings, Danelli plays a major role in the long segment. And the recent, especially with regard to the minimals, I think Danelli has achieved quite a lot. So with that, the floor is all yours, Mr. Panwar. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Satyabodha, before Satyabodha ji leave, I want to thank him to set the context on technology and giving me the way. And Nirmalya ji, thanks a lot for inviting me to this webinar rather. And really, I'm very pleased that I'm at the right place. The kind of sessions so far, starting with the such a motivational video from Sham Steel, inspirational video, and then Ms. Radhika Markan talking about bringing technology to India, and then ultimately our guru, Mr. V.R. Sharma, talking about value engineering, which actually Danelli echoes completely the concept of value engineering, and reduce the tons, improve the mechanical and structural properties, improve the physical properties of steel instead of increasing the tonnage. So these, when I hear all this, I think I'm at the right place. And he also mentioned few things about the emissions, and even Mr. Ashish Anupam talked about many very valid points. I would like to say that the presentation I would like to make a presentation which has all these concepts as a essence. And please give me chance to share the screen. I think I can share the screen right away.
Yes, you can share the screen.
Okay. One second, just. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it is, and full screen as well.
Okay, okay. So, see, the topic of the webinar is quite wide, and starting from technology, market, and applications. As regards the market and applications, the fellow panelists have talked about. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the technologies for producing high quality steel in efficient and competitive manner. Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, thanks for mentioning that Danieli is front leader in long product technologies, but I must, once you go through this presentation or I take you through this, I would say, glimpse of the technologies, you would see that Danieli is also now far ahead in flat product plants. As everybody has already mentioned quite a few times, that green steel, low emission, this is nobody can talk about it in future tense. The time is now. Carbon tax is a reality. Carbon border adjustment mechanism is being levied for carbon tax. As Mr. Ashish Anupam also said, the customers will work only with the companies whose products are having lowest possible emissions. So today the technologies must not be just low on capex and opex. The technology should be to produce steel which will have the best mechanical, physical properties and which will get the premium to the supplier. But above all, the producing plant should have lowest carbon CO2 emission. In other words, the life cycle cost comparison of the technologies is not only based on capex, opex, or plant life. It also includes carbon tax and the premium the producer can get on its steel. Danieli very well recognizes all this. Danieli believes in value engineering, as rightfully mentioned by Mr. B.R. Sharma, and also mentioned by Mr. Ashish Anupam that this is the decade of growth. The good news is that all the metal companies are pushing for expansion. Future is exciting and bright. The per capita consumption of almost all metals is very low in India. This per capita consumption driver will keep pushing for growth in metal sector. Almost every company has laid down their expansion plans. But the most important point is that we must put up the plants which are helping us to be most competitive producer in the world. And in addition, we should keep our environment safe. And what Danieli is doing in this direction, Danieli has been working on these long product and flat product technologies for quite some time. The technology of MIDA mini mills, the Danieli mini mills, which we call MIDA, has been developed over last few decades. Today we have mastered this technology. Danieli has developed mini mills for both long products and flat products. This plant you see on the screen is one of the mini mill of long product in Egypt. MIDA QLP is what we call for quality long products, and MIDA QSP is quality steel strip products. Here you see on the screen is a quality long product for CMC Arizona. The MIDA QLP is available or can be applied for steel plant from 0.35 million ton long product to 1.2 million ton per year long product from single strand. Similarly, MIDA QSP, MIDA technology for quality steel product, which can produce from 0.7 million tons per year to 4.5 million tons per year from single strand. Here you see another plant in Egypt for quality steel products. Danieli has been working on this technology for developing this technology to bring down the cost of production, both for long products and flat products. The advantages of MIDA long product or flat product or the MIDA technology is that it requires the plant is very compact, requires less amount of land, lowest capex, lowest opex, and the plant is having lowest emissions. And you manufacture steel almost for all applications. Compared to conventional route, this technology can bring down the production cost considerably, as you can see few numbers on the screen. A small insight, the quality long product plant, MIDA QLP, works on a concept of octocaster. The casting speed of 10 meters per minute can be achieved. Later in the webinar, my colleague, Mr. Andrea Di Luca, he'll be talking more about the technical part of this concept. For the flat product, the Deason caster, the patented technology for QSP, it can cast 160 mm thick slab at a casting speed of 6.5 meters per minute, which will help us to produce up to 4.5 million tons per year of flats from single strand. Here you see few layouts of long product plants, MIDA long product plants. There are many permutation and combinations are possible. Downstream, the continuous caster Danieli universal rolling technology, where 3 rolling modes can be achieved on a single line, that is billet to billet, semi-continuous and continuous. Danieli has built many of these plants. Later you will see in one of the slides the reference list. Many plants are based on scrap. Some plants are based on DRI route. For example, Danieli mini mill in Emirates is DRI based mini mill, which is utilizing hot DRI at 600 degrees into electric arc furnace. And similar technologies are applied in other plants of mini mills of Danieli in Egypt, and many more. Similarly, for flat products, also there are wide range of capacities which can be produced. If for flat products, also MIDA QSP can operate coil to coil, semi-endless, or with an induction heater for endless mode. Similar technologies are applied in plants as flat steel in Egypt or OMK Russia. Now, where this technology is going forward, as few speakers have also talked about, the latest DRI plants or hydrogen-based DRI plants. As we talk about the DRI plants, Danieli has unique and patented technology developed jointly with Tenova. The Danieli Energy Iron plant. Energy Iron DRI technology has the flexibility to use various types of makeup gases and carbon content of wide range. The Energy Iron technology maintains lowest CO2 and NOx. Gases like coke oven gas and syngas can also be used in the process. And technology is ready for hydrogen as well to reduce the CO2 emission, as was talked about. Going further, using the DRI technology, and in addition to that, in electric arc furnace, the new development is to utilize this in hot condition or charging on continuous basis. Significant cost saving or power consumption can be achieved. The hot DRI charging can reduce the power consumption by 120 kilowatt hour per ton. And Danieli has been developing further technology on the electric arc furnaces, where continuous charging of DRI can bring down the emission levels even further. Danieli has changed the conventional electric arc furnace to DG melter. So the next step is to utilize DG melter. As the name sounds, DG melter is a unique patented technology. It's an electric arc furnace in digital form. Digital melter, as name would say, where we are melting on digital basis, where you can feed continuously scrap or DRI, as you see on this in this picture. In addition, in this DG melter, the conventional transformer is replaced by Q1 technology. So that's the next step. The Q1 technology is digitally controlling the voltage and current for each electrode. It brings down the power consumption, it brings down the flicker, it brings down the load on the network, it brings down the noise level, and of course the emission. As you can see, the overall emission is reduced by 25%. It is completely sealed. The electrode consumption is reduced by 15%, and the power consumption is reduced by 5%. And just to show a glimpse of what is Q1, Q1 technology, as I said, is digitally controlling both current and voltage for each electrode to have the highest power factor and maximum input of into the furnace. This is in modular form. It can be scaled up depending on the electric arc furnace. If it is the size is increased, the number of modules can be increased to scale up, and you do not need furnace transformer and many other equipment which are associated with it. And in addition, the DG melter, because of Q1, can also be operated with solar or wind power or other renewable energy source, or with a smaller power plant. So these are few technological innovations I could show in a glimpse to you. Here you see the evolution of MIDA technology for long products, starting from year 2000 and up to 2025. As you see, number of plants have been built. And conclusion is that MIDA QLP technology can be applied with for 0.35 million tons per year up to 1.2 million tons per year long products. And similarly, the MIDA QSP technology has also been under development for quite some time, and many plants have been built. The evolution process, as you see here, casting speed started with 4 meter per minute, and today we are talking of 6.5 meter per minute. And as Mr. V.R. Sharma said, that the future is thin slab casting and rolling in flat products. He is very right. And on the qualities front, steel quality front, we can confirm that complete range can be produced. MIDA mini mills of future will combine DRI technology with DG melter and endless casting and rolling, a universal rolling technology of Danieli. And to conclude, I would say MIDA mini mills of future will release close to zero carbon dioxide due to leak-proof design of DG melter. Similarly, using carbon dioxide capture and reuse technology in the DRI processing. The usability of hydrogen in the DRI process, as also mentioned by Mr. Satya Bodha. So future MIDA plants, QLP and QSP both are the technologies which are going to be, lowest capex, lowest opex, and lowest cost, lowest emission, and top quality steel producers. So this is what I wanted to convey. Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to briefly talk about, you can say, a trailer of the technological development Danieli has done. I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. If there is any question.
Yeah, thank you, Panwarji. There are questions. My good friend, Mr. Debojyoti Roy, who is Director Transformation and Synergy at Tata Steel UK, and who was earlier the PEO, Principal Executive Officer of Tata Steel BSL. He has a question in the, so Ankit, can you see my good friend Debojyoti?
Yes. He's in
the
panel.
He's a panelist. He's a panelist, so you have to ensure he's in the panel.
Yeah, he's in the panel.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Gajendraji. I think it was a really wonderful presentation, and I think you know that Tata Steel UK is working together with Danieli on some of the technologies that you have shared. Just wanted to understand that this MIDA QSP, it looks really very interesting with your digimelter. So is there any plant available where it has crossed, say, 3.3 or 3.5 million ton capacity? That is the first question. And the second question is that with the QSP, can we actually make packaging grade steel? Because these are actually the two major challenges for us to go for a technology selection, as you might be knowing.
Yeah, as I said, we can confirm that all types of steels can be produced. There are certain developments going on for exposed car body automotive grades, but packaging grade, depending on the thicknesses you are looking for, I think we can discuss. And I'm sure my team, who is dealing with Tata UK, they are already have put up in the technical specifications. So I would refrain from saying anything, because let the experts, write what is going to be offered to you. But of course, now I know that you are looking for this question. I will get you in contact if you have not got the direct answer from them.
Thank you, Gajendraji. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, would Mr. De Luca like to comment on this? Would Andrea, would you like to comment on this?
Since the offer is in discussion, maybe he may not also
want to comment on it. Okay. Yeah. So any other questions? Okay, then we'll
Anyway,
move on
the
to our
technologies
next
are very interesting, and my email g.panwar@danieli.com is can be reached, and I would be more than happy to address. As you know, this
if there are any questions, you can address it to Mr. Panwar directly. He'll be happy to answer. Okay, since Mr. Manish Periwala had to travel to Lucknow, he said he will join around 7 o'clock later in the day. So in the meantime, Mr. Ekrikpo, are you there? Mr. Ekrikpo is the Director, Metallurgical Inspectorate, Raw Materials Development, Department of Ministry and Steel, Government of Nigeria. Mr. Ekrikpo, are you there? Can you hear us? Mr. Ekrikpo, can you hear us? You are having some connectivity issues. Is it okay now? Ankit, Mr. Ekrikpo is connected?
He's in the panel, yes.
Yeah, you have to unmute Mr. Ekrikpo. Please unmute yourself. You are muted. Please press the red button to unmute. Yes, now you are unmuted. So
thank you.
So it's great to have a good friend from Nigeria with us, from the government of Nigeria, and I'm happy to learn that you are, really interested to continue the relationship with India and work together with India in our joint progress together. We all see Nigeria as a country of growth, country with a lot of prospects. So I'm sure you have enough to share with us today and your government's direction towards building up a strong steel industry. So it's over to you, Mr. Ekrikpo.
Thank you very much, Mukherjee. It's a very wonderful time to be with us. I'm glad to be addressing a wonderful gathering of steel and metallurgical experts from all over the world, particularly from India, where I have had a lot of experiences. Just as a background, I have done a lot in India. I did a standardization course in Noida in 2010 in India, and that helped me a lot in the series of things that I have done in India subsequently. I even led a delegation of my Minister of Steel to the Steel Conference in Mumbai in 2019.
Yes, I met you there.
Yes,
I remember meeting you in Mumbai during the conference where the Indian Steel Minister, Mr. Chaudhary Brijendra Singh, was also there. So it was a great opportunity to meet you in Mumbai during the Maharashtra Rolling Mills Association conference in Mumbai. Yes.
Perfect. It was a very rewarding experience, and I must say that the outcomes of the efforts we have made between that time and now, bearing the COVID-19 experiences, has been such that Nigeria has made some quantum leap in the steel industry, even though we have not come to the level where we are talking from the point of a crude steel producing nation. But we have, because our system has now become privatized, we have created a lot of enabling environment for the private sector to take the lead, and that has led to the springing up of several steel plants here and there. But one of the significant ones that is of importance is that being built by a $600 million investment being put in place in Nigeria by an Indian company. That's the African Industries Steel Mills. Well, I'd like to just take us through a bit of what we are going to be sharing. If you permit me, I'd just like to share a screen so that we are able to get through this quickly. Please, I'd like us to confirm. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can. You have to just make it full screen. That's all.
Oh, okay.
You have to just go to the slideshow option and make it full screen. So click on the slideshow.
Yeah.
Once you click on the slideshow option, it will go to full screen.
Slideshow.
Right on top.
Right on top. Slideshow.
Next to animation, next to the icon next to animation is slideshow.
Slideshow.
From the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th icon from the left. After insert, design, transitions, animations, you find slideshow.
Okay. Slideshow.
Yes.
That is it. Right?
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. It's going to be a very a short one. Shouldn't be long at all. I'll just be speaking on the state of the metallurgical industry in Nigeria, and I'll also look at the supply and demand profile. We'll look at the prospects of the long and flat sheet production steel products in Nigeria, the metallurgical plants and capacity utilization. We'll look at the governance structure very briefly because it really spells the success or failure of the metallurgical industry in any country. The projection for the metallurgical industry. Then we'll look at the market potentials for Nigeria, and of course, Nigeria's market size, of course, covers up to West Africa. So we'll just speak a little bit about it. We'll relate our experience in Nigeria with the West African steel industry. Basically, the metallurgical industry, we know, is the backbone of any nation's industrialization, and Nigeria cannot be an exception. But having this at the back of our minds, the government of Nigeria had established some steel companies where integrated steel plants that we expected should run the first phase of delivery of the basic foundation that should establish the success of Nigeria as an industrialized nation. But be that as it may, for several reasons, we are still coming from the back. But I'm glad to say that the metallurgical industry in Nigeria is particularly endowed because we have natural resources that we have not touched at all. And therefore, the issues that have to do with inadequate infrastructure for extracting and processing these products are the key things that the government is focusing on at the moment. The metallurgical industry in Nigeria is basically composed of companies who are merely melting scrap to produce steel. Coincidentally, I must mention that the cumulative effects of the items that we may have imported over the last 3 decades or 4 has resulted in very large quantum of metal scrap, which has turned around to be a major resource for steel recycling in Nigeria. And then we also have a few challenges such as lack of value chain addition to our mineral resources, which we are working assiduously to address in Nigeria. Most of the steel producers in Nigeria depend solely on imported steel billets, which are imported from most of the country long products that are produced in Nigeria are currently completely consumed, and even more still being demanded. So the supply, the demand for long and flat sheets products in Nigeria has remained very high. The demand has so far far outstripped the supply. That is why Nigeria is a destination for a lot of imported steel products. As at 2019, the volume of locally produced semi-finished and finished products stood at 1.6 metric tons and 1.3 metric tons respectively. Whereas this, for the same period of time in 2019, over $700 million worth of steel semi-finished finished products have been imported. By 2020, in addition to the volume of long products that we have produced and imported, we expect that steel products worth $1.1 billion US dollars, comprising majorly of flat products, steel products, will still be required in Nigeria. The key issue in looking at this demand and supply profile is to try to meet what we see as a national potential to meet the needs of the steel industry. We know at this moment that we have very huge infrastructural projects that are ongoing, some of which will require very large consumption of steel products. We have the West African gas pipeline projects, which is on stream. We have another huge gas line pipeline projects from the Niger Delta to Kaduna, which is ongoing, worth several billions of US dollars. Just this morning, I have seen Lagos State government talk about establishment of some metro system in Lagos State, which is going to also consume a lot of steel products. We also have the National Integrated Rail Modernization Project that is ongoing. These are huge projects that are going to consume a lot of steel products. So the need for us as a nation to see how we can up our supply locally, utilizing our local raw materials becomes absolutely imperative. Looking at some data of import of iron and steel products in Nigeria over the past few years, we see that Nigeria imported iron and steel finished finished products worth 1.18 billion US dollars in 2020, according to United Nations Comtrade database on international trade. And for exports, we have also seen the iron and steel from Nigeria valued at just a paltry 251,000 US dollars, according to the same source. So you see, we as a nation, we are consuming close to 8 million tons of steel finished and semi-finished products per annum, and there's a very huge gap of supply that needs to be met. So the prospects for long and flat sheet products in Nigeria, for sure, is huge. And therefore, this opens an avalanche of investment opportunities to world steel players who can be given very ample opportunities to play in the market in Nigeria. And of course, Nigeria stretches very well because of our market size to the West African coast. Bearing in mind that Nigeria is a developing nation, we propose the various infrastructural projects that we have proposed is what we are counting on to be the strength of what we want to do in developing this the steel industry in Nigeria. Therefore, it's a very clear indicator that if we can get this done right with the right set of investors in Nigeria, we stand a chance to impact the world in no time to come from now. The entire volume of flat sheet products utilized in Nigeria for roofing, car bodies, tanks, and other fabricated products are all imported. Nigeria also imports these products from China, India, United States, Germany, and European Union. Any serious investor will invest in Nigeria and produce these items and really have cost to contribute to a lot of world steel production, and of course make a lot of money in Nigeria. The key metallurgical plants we have in Nigeria are merely scrap melting facilities, like I said earlier on. The two integrated steel plants we have are a blast furnace technology and a direct reduction steel plants. Each of them, none of them is on stream as we speak, even with various efforts that government has made to privatize them. But we are still going back to the drawing board to see how we can successfully assemble private sector players to take hold of these companies and run them profitably using local resources that we have available. At the moment, the 39 mini steel mills we have, and about 24 rolling mills, 5 foundries, and 5 galvanizing plants are all privately run, and they are doing well, I must say. Based on prevailing economic conditions, and in addition to the effect of COVID-19, most of the companies are unable to operate at optimal capacity. But we still see light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully, they should be coming on stream gradually. Survey results have revealed that the average capacity utilization increased from 40% in 2017 to 47% in 2018 and 19. And a sharp decline of the capacity utilization was recorded in 2020, occasioned by the effect of the lockdown as a result of COVID-19. Well, if we take a look at the governance structure in Nigeria at the moment, I must say that the case of Nigeria is a little peculiar because the steel industry is tied to the mining industry. And you would agree with me that the steel industry is a derivative of the mining industry. I think that is in the wisdom of our government, why we have a Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. So in the past 7 years, we have had far-reaching governance development issues that we have put in place in the country that has given a lot of impetus to companies from all over the world to begin to prospect for mining of various mineral resources in Nigeria. And you would agree with me that when you mine and add value to the resources you mine, you generate a lot of employment and develop a lot of skills. And that is where the government of Nigeria has very specifically created enabling environments for private sector led companies to have a very friendly environment to come in and do business, ranging from pioneer status to import duty waivers to creation of trade-free zones and ensuring minimum local raw material utilization policies and this friendly environments are accompanied by a presidential executive order has created a lot of ample opportunities for companies from all over the world to begin to take a look at the Nigerian steel industry. Well, the projections for the metallurgical industry, aside from the growing population, you know, Nigeria is highly populated. We are over 200 million as at the last counts we had. This translates to very huge markets for steel, long and flat sheet products. What we have made sure we now do is to partner with people who have genuine business investments in Nigeria, and you can count on Ministry of Mines and Steel Development to give to you very solid support in establishing any kind of business in mining and steel development in Nigeria as at this moment. And I am very sure anybody who is able to get into the mining and steel business in Nigeria at this moment will not regret in the near future. So I will not want to bother us with all the long list of raw materials that we have. We have huge reserves of iron ore, manganese, limestone, coal that have barely, very barely been touched. So each of these mineral resources spell and suggest to us need for us to open further windows for investors to come in and do business in Nigeria. So we try to look at the projections we are making for the industry in such a way that we carry along the huge population that Nigeria has, alongside to enable us develop our infrastructure, train our, develop our manpower capacity in the mining and the metallurgical industry. So in conclusion, it's actually imperative from the above discussions we've had that the Nigerian metallurgical industry is abound with untapped potentials ranging from the processing of raw materials to the production of various forms of long and flat sheet products, as well as ferroalloys. We have at this moment completely given very good investment climate to investors, and I really think the time for us to invest, for the world to invest in Nigeria is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krikpo. Thank you so much for giving us an insight into what is happening in Nigeria. And I honestly want to cooperate for the benefit of both the countries, India and Nigeria.
Yes.
Must collaborate together to see how we complement each other, how we could, Indians could come and invest there and in fact, utilize the natural resources for beneficiation and for the benefit of both of us, both for the benefit of Nigeria, as well as in terms of getting the returns for India in terms of investment. So it's a good investment destination for Indians to look at. And if you agree, we will take it forward, and with your steel minister and our steel minister, we could arrange for a bilateral interaction on another webinar platform where we will invite one and all interested to invest in Nigeria to come forward and look at this opportunity. A country which imports so much is a good country to look at in terms of investment where there is an existing market. And I'm sure in the days ahead, I'm already in touch with you on a regular basis, so we will take this forward. And in another few months, let's have a joint interaction together. So thank you once again, Mr. Krikpo, for highlighting us with a good friend of ours. Nigeria is a friend of India, and we can work together for our mutual benefit. So with that, my special thanks to you. And I'm sure in the days ahead, you will convince your minister to come for a joint interaction. And I will talk to our Minister of State for Steel, whom I interact with on a regular basis to take this forward.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
So thank you. Please stay with us, Mr. Krikpo, to listen to another good friend of mine, Mr. Ravi Singh, the CEO of SUL from Bahrain. So let us hear what is happening in GCC region and what kind of market scenario exists after 2 years of the COVID situation. What is the situation in Bahrain right now and in GCC? So over to you, my good friend Ravi Singh, CEO SUL Bahrain. Ravi, the floor is yours.
Hi, Nirmal.
And Mr. Krikpo, you have to stop sharing the screen. Yeah, you have to stop sharing the screen. Yeah.
So I will keep it brief.
Yeah, you have to just close the screen, Mr. Krikpo, because otherwise Ravi can't share the screen.
Okay, I'm doing that.
Yeah.
So let me keep it nice and brief. I think one major thing when we talk of technology is that my belief is we are already in Industry 5.0. While we keep talking of the whole lot of hustle about Industry 4.0, which is all about interconnectivity, IoT, automation. In reality, it would help us if we start talking about being in Industry 5.0, which will, help to guide the thinking, global thinking. GCC, as you know, is quite ahead on the greenhouse gas aspects. We are probably one of the lowest greenhouse, the steel industry here is one of the lowest greenhouse emitters. SULB, specifically our greenhouse, we have been measuring for the last 4 years, and we are at about 0.85 tons CO2 per ton of steel against the World Steel Association norm of 1.85. And we are not scrap based, we are 100% DRI based. Despite that, all the GCC governments have already come out with their plans of reducing greenhouse gas by 2060, 2005. UAE is 2050, Bahrain and Saudi is 2060. And therefore, we are all taking action to further reduce from 0.85 to whatever is the minimum level it is possible, for which a whole lot of studies are in progress. Overall, I think there has been already, we of course, given all this, we also have created a new value for ourselves, which is doing more with less. And that is guiding the teams to come out with the continuous improvement projects. Globally, I think the steel industry is in for a major change. It's been well documented already by the previous speakers. I think one of the key factors on the iron making side is the whole world is going to start using higher quality raw materials. And there's a lot of focus on ensuring minimizing of waste in all its forms, in consumption of materials in the process itself, how to reduce heat losses in the supply chain and post-consumption. One has to recognize that greenhouse gas emissions are in scope 1, 2, and 3. And number 3 is all about post-production greenhouse gas emissions, which will lead to major changes in the way the steel gets marketed and the kind of markets that one would look at. It's also quite clear that nobody in his right senses would invest in a basic oxygen furnace in today's times. It will always be electric arc furnace. And as Mr. Sharma also said a little while ago, in rolling, that the focus is more on lightweighting, higher strength, and to reduce consumption in the economy. So there are a whole lot of near net casting, which is going on in the long products. SULB has been on near net casting for almost 8 years now. In addition to that, there is going to be a lot of competition between hot rolled sections and cold rolled sections, because you can now get a lot of advantages. It's easy from the greenhouse gas. Once you start putting in, I think cold form sections would start competing very well with the hot rolled sections. So there's a whole lot of changes which the steel industry has to face. As per a recent McKinsey report, the cost of shifting from old technology to new technology would be almost $9.2 trillion for the world economy per year from now till 2050, which is almost $275 trillion. That's not a small number, which basically means a very strong push has to come from the governments to ensure no further investments take place in what are called dirty industries. And I'm sorry to say, but steel is one of the dirty industries. Your second topic was markets. I think there's a huge churn happening in the markets, Nirmala. There is going to be a lot of decoupling of supply chains, and the decentralization of supply chains will generate new business models. So what may not have been considered a market before would become a market, and what was considered a market before would vanish. We have seen that happening last year, even under the pressure of the way the shipping freights went through the roof. A lot of market realignment happened in the export markets. Now that would also happen on the supplier side of fluxes and electrodes and this and that. What will drive markets? Futuristically, it is good to hear the Nigeria panelists speak just before me, because I think the future markets, one of the big markets is going to be Africa. That's one of the few places where populations are still continuing to grow. In the rest of the global world, population is shrinking. Even in India, if you recall, if you are tracking population now is around, the fertility rate is dropped below 2, which means even in India, the population has started shrinking. And that will bring into question that we may not need that much of steel, but that is at least 100 years down the line. So, and of course, another major change that is going to happen is that Asia is getting more and more larger size of the global GDP. It also is, interestingly, the leader in artificial intelligence and in cutting edge, and that can be leveraged into cutting edge engineering, because the best way to control emissions is ultimately using artificial intelligence and let the machines do what is best rather than have the humans interact over there. So in Solve also, we have created a separate department which is separately looking at artificial intelligence, looking at projects, and to try and minimize waste at every stage, including energy waste, including consumption waste, including other types of wastes. And I believe this waste, war on waste, would become a global driving force. And the moment you have a greenhouse carbon tax coming in at about $100 a ton, there will be a massive change in the way corporate starts looking at what technology they should use and how they should produce the products. Applications, which is the last topic, it's a favorite topic of mine. You are aware I've done a lot of work on the service center side of the business. I think the current human consumption of steel, which is driven almost 50% plus by construction, 20% by transport, and then of course you have all the others, pipes and tubes, capital goods, maintenance, etc. That is going to see a lot of change going forward. We have already moved from animal power way back to water power, coal power, and now of course we are going to solar power, which is why I say this is not a small change. This is Industry 5.0 that you're going to see rolling out in the next 100 years. When we shifted each of these changes, animal power to water power was Industry 1.0, water power to coal power, Industry 2.0. Then, of course, in between, we had electronics and interconnected IoT systems. Now we are into solar power, which is going to have a massive impact on all aspects of human life and our food. So I think there are going to be new businesses obviously emerging in wind power, solar power. There's a lot of steel that is consumed in these energy sources. Not only that, as we decentralize power, which means you produce power where you consume it, you will find again a lot of, it is almost like creating multiple power plants. So there's going to be an increase in steel consumption as each industry tries to have its own power plant in its backyard. We will see the regionalization of supply chains should see a push for more capital goods, more industrial clusters. Work from home, which has been a fantastic situation the last 2 years of COVID, is probably going to stay longer, even as a utility, and it could impact urban steel intensity. Urbanization, which was expected to grow 68% odd, may slow down. Autonomous cars, if they are successful, we'll see a slowdown in steel consumption in the transport sector, because as you may be aware, we don't use a car more than 5% of its time. So why maintain a car when you can just call for a car whenever you need it? Of course, more electric grids would require more CRGO, CRNGO requirements. Construction technologies would change once you include the full impact of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions on the construction industry. And I have always been a proponent that we are not measuring the global greenhouse gas impact of 35 billion tons of sand and aggregate mining, which is done globally for making the cement construction. The world has not yet caught onto it. The moment they catch it, I think there's going to be a seismic change in the construction technologies. Green commodity manufacturing, of course, will require a whole change in the commodities away from steel towards lithium, etc. And then, of course, as oil drilling slows down, there's going to be an impact on the forgings industry. Generally, green technologies do not work on such a high pressures, etc. So we probably will see lighter constructions. And transport probably will shift from the current mode to more of a hub spoke, with the railways doing the heavy lifting and the end last mile connectivity being brought in by electrical vehicles. Of course, air transport itself may be under a huge threat from maglev and vacuum trains. Steel sections will have a very critical role to play in improving human responsiveness to climate volatility, whether it is earthquakes, whether it's floods. Steel would be the technology because of the speed with which one can construct and try and protect human resources from the nature's wrath. So that's in short. I think should have been within 5 minutes. A short, my opinion on these three topics. Nirmalya, over to you.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you so much. Once again, the other day I was talking to a good old friend of mine, Ganesh Pai, and one of the top things which came up first was discussing about Ravi Singh. So we, in general, we are talking about who's been so far the most interesting speaker that I have had in my webinars. And it came to one conclusion that Ravi was one of the best. Definitely, if not the best, one of the best.
Thank you.
In terms of content, in terms of the vision to think of tomorrow. I think that's what makes Ravi what Ravi is. All through that, I have seen your presentations. I've seen you at our webinars. I've heard you speak even in Dubai. So I've come to a conclusion that you do your homework and you take the homework very seriously. And when you put in your thoughts, it's actually you're speaking your mind. So you put in a lot of, I would say, exercise behind it. And that is why, it's always a learning experience to hear you speak. Thank you once again from the core of my heart. Special thanks to you. And let me once again wish you and Singh family happy and prosperous 2022. And with that, I'll move forward to
I hope we will
Mr. Hassan.
I think we will meet at MATEC.
Yeah, we meet at MATEC for sure.
Yes.
For
Thank
sure.
you.
And now that my son lives in Germany for the last 3 years, it's easier for me to take his help in managing my booth at MATEC. So he will help me out.
Of course, Ankit's a big support. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a big support, yes. So with that, we'll move on to the next speaker from Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills, the COO, Chief Operating Officer of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills, Mr. Hassan Zafar Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, first of all, let me express my sincere thanks to Mr. Amir Ali Hussain, your chairman, your managing director. And he's been a wonderful, he has also addressed our webinar, the first in fact. And in fact, he is again a very, very good orator, very well read. And that is why my sincere thanks to him for his support always. And with that, I would request you to take the floor. The floor is yours, Mr. Hassan Zafar Chaudhary, COO, Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills.
Thank you, Nirmala, and good evening, everybody. Okay, I was hearing the webinar. Okay, it started with Ms. Radhika's inspiring story, and then Mr. Sharma talked about the value chain and how we can use the less consumptions. And then
Mr. Zafar Chaudhary, just one interruption. Let me tell you, if you don't know Mr. V.R. Sharma, he was earlier the CEO, Group CEO of Abul Khair.
I know.
So because, he knows the Bangladesh steel industry like the back of his palm.
See, 10 years back, I used to work for Abul Khair in their cement division. I was headed to the cement and consumer goods supply chain. Right.
Okay.
So I know him. Personally, I don't know him, but by name, I know him. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so they talked about a lot of the things. Certainly, sustainability in the coming days will be a major challenge. And one more thing is the safety in steel. Our kind of industry is always in our heart. Okay. Environment, visibility through automations. And if you really want to go for value engineering, then you need to understand the data. And for that, actually, you need the automation kind of things, which we are working. Okay. And if you, they talked about a lot of things, carbon emissions and other things. Now, if I talk about Bangladesh, Bangladesh is primarily on a scrap-driven industries, and it is primarily on the river only today, as on today. And it's about, but most of the steel industries, our steel industry is expanding because Bangladesh is also growing. If you look at the most of the leading manufacturer of steel equipments, they are active in Bangladesh. Okay, so in case of if you talk about the BSRM is always leading the innovation in Bangladesh, and we actually work in we try to give our B2C and B2B is a lot of service kind of things, and B2C, lot of things we are doing. We are working on a digitization to give them better performance filling. And in B2B, most of the LIP, large infrastructure projects, we work as a partner. Wherever is they need, we try to give them a solution also. Okay, so in the coming days, you will see a lot of changes in Bangladesh. Okay, because I see Daniel is certainly active, and then your Primetal is active. There is a lot of changes, and we are working on this. In short, hello.
Okay, okay. Just make good use of it. Chances like that come once in a lifetime.
Ankit, can you mute everyone, please?
Thank you. Thank you.
We can't
All
hear
right.
Mr. Jafar Chaudhary. Please mute everyone.
So,
Ankit, if you could mute everyone, please.
Currently, our focus, if you look at the BSRM, BSRM is currently focusing on the digitization to give a better performance to their customers. Okay, and certainly we are bringing a lot of value-added services to our B2C and B2B customers. We introduced the epoxy kind of things because you know the Bangladesh is a kind of, there is a lot of coastal area where salinity is an issue. So epoxy products gives a better life. And very recently we introduced a service added product, like if you give us the design, so we give them a cut to bend kind of products. It is already in other part of the world, but it is a new to Bangladesh. Okay, this kind of things we are working. Okay, and we are also expanding our capacity. We signed a contract with the for rolling mill about 0.7 million ton with Danieli. Danieli is our long-term partner. Most of our equipment is from the Danieli. And we are the largest induction furnace based steel manufacturer in the world. Probably we use the 50-ton induction furnace. We have 50 multiplied 4 is that's in a one plant, 200-ton capacity. Okay, of 4 induction furnace, each is a 50-ton capacity. Our other equipment we primarily use for the close casting kind of things, to give us a good product. And most of the large infrastructure projects, you see our presence is very visible. Okay, these are the things that we're working rigorously to automate our processes, so you can have a visibility on our data and other things. In short, this is what BSRM is doing in Bangladesh, and certainly Bangladesh in coming days, you'll see a lot of growth in Bangladesh in the steel sector. Thank you very much. If you have any other questions, I'm ready to answer.
So any question for Mr. Jafar Chaudhary? Any questions? Even participants can use the raise hand option if they want to ask any question. Jafar Sahib, আপনার পরিচিত কিনা জানি না, সুনীল দাস আমার খুব কাছের মানুষ।
জি, very much.
he's a wonderful human being. খুব ভালো লাগে আমার ওনার সাথে গল্প করতে, মাঝে মধ্যে আলাপ হয়, ফোনে কথাবার্তা হয়। তো I can make out the philosophy behind BSRM. অসাধারণ, আপনাদের গ্রুপ ফিলোসফিটা অসাধারণ। এটাকে আমার মানে কুর্নিশ জানাই, স্যালিউট জানাই। The way the team works at BSRM, অসাধারণ। And hats off to
you very much for your good words.
No, it's just straight from the heart. একদম হৃদয় থেকে সোজা যা বেরোলো তাই বললাম আমরা। So thank you so much for being with us today once again, and I wish BSRM a successful journey ahead, and I'm sure in the days to come BSRM will become the player to reckon with in the entire country Bangladesh and in the region as well, because of the vision of the company.
Yes.
So with that, once again my special thanks to you. কিন্তু আপনি যাবেন না, আপনাকে আরো কিছুক্ষণ থাকতে হবে আমাদের সঙ্গে to listen to Mr. Andrea Di Luca, to listen to Mr. Debojyoti Roy, Rajesh Kumar and others. কিছুক্ষণ অন্তত থাকুন। আমি জানি আপনার সময় হয়ে যাচ্ছে এখন 7:30 বাজে Bangladesh. It is 7:30.
You're right, it's 7:30 right. In Bangladesh time.
Yeah, so anyway, please stay with us for a little while more. So in the meantime, we will have Ankit, please play the video of BSRM followed by Maxis Motion and Steel Plant Specialties. So Ankit, are you there, Ankit? Ankit, are you there? Okay, I can't hear Ankit. Anyway, we'll move on to Mr. Andrea Di Luca and then play the presentation. I think Ankit is not there.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Andrea, the floor is all yours. And buongiorno.
Good morning, buongiorno, Mr. Nirmalia.
Yeah, so
Can
it's
you hear
over
me?
to you. Yeah, after Panwar gave an overview of the portfolio, it's now your turn to highlight the MIDA in detail.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. I hope you can
Yes,
see my screen right now.
Perfect. Please, yeah, perfect. Please go ahead.
Well, so thank you again, Mr. Nirmalia, and good afternoon, everyone from Italy. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you one of the latest major advances in endless casting and rolling for long products, the Danieli Octocaster. Let me just recap MIDA technology in few words, then I will explain why Octocaster and the Octocaster experiences in the years with the new technology, which is now a benchmark in endless casting and rolling. Well, understanding the energy saving and the carbonization demands in the early 2000s, Danieli paved the way for a new technology, and where the melt shop is directly linked to the rolling mill. No more billet cutting, no cooling, reheating, just an endless billet to be hot rolled smoothly for hours and hours. And the core of the process is the high-speed endless casting and rolling, allowing me to completely remove the billet gas preheating from the steel transformation process. This means approximately 330 kilowatt hours per tons of sagging if compared with conventional cold charge, and a consistent CO2 scope 1 saving of 70 kilograms per ton. Well, MIDA process takes the major energy saving benefits from the high-speed casting and rolling. Well, the first full MIDA came in 2009 with the CMC Arizona. Everything was designed to come full cycle with the endless casting and rolling. Originally, CMC was designed for 280,000 tons per year, but is now producing more than 380 tons per year, casting and casting continuously at a speed of 8 meters per minute. And this thanks to the octocaster. Well, just a recap of the MIDA story from the 2000 beginning of the century. Sidero Sovel, the first endless was tested. Then 2009, CMC Arizona, 55 tons per hour was the first productivity, producing rebar in bundles and later on in spooler. Then we boosted the productivity, single-stream productivity, up to 80 tons per hour in Egypt, 2016. Then from that point, the technology spread. We have now more than 90 endless plants working around the world, mainly 5 in the USA and all around the world. This year, we start in China the first railroad line, whilst at the end of this year, the first MIDA plant, endless plant, producing merchant bar is expected to start in the US. Well, let's talk about octocaster. You know that increasing casting speed and productivity means a thinner shell, a thinner solidified shell in the mold. And thin shell produce billet defects and failure because of the well-known bulging phenomena. So the liquid steel is producing an internal pressure that deform the thin shell of the square. Bulging is typically avoided with containment rolls, as you can easily see in this lab applications. But as much as we increase the single-strand productivity, the longer is the bigger is the number of the containment rolls to be installed, and this complicates the installation and makes the system more and more difficult to operate. So just to recap, this is the bulging on the left. You can see a typical bulging of square section at high speed with a thin shell. On the right, you can see the same pressure, same thickness, but on octagonal shape. As you can see, the deformation is much lower because the octagonal shape is self-sustaining. Not only, also from a temperature point of view, octagonal shape, which is close to a round shape, is much more uniform and better than the square section. So why not round? Round is a perfect shape, but is very unstable inside of the mold, while octagon has the same good capability of the round, but is anyhow guided and stable inside of the mold. So in few words, the octagon is giving the best attitude of the rounds, but remaining very stable and able to cast at very high casting speed. Experiences. We start in 2004, the first application of octagon. Sidero Sovel in Greece is a 6 strands caster. 1 strand is high-speed endless caster to a rolling mill producing spooler and barring bundles, while the other 5 strands feeds an old bar line cooling bed, always through induction heater. This was the first plant in Europe avoiding any type of gas reheating, just working with direct charging and induction heaters. Well, the machine was a 9 meters machine, is another machine, high-speed casting equipped with power mold and fast cast tube. The application was made by power mold, octagonal power mold, you see on the left, with just 2 rows of foot rows, so a very simple installation. Results were immediately very good. We start with OpenStream. Remember 2014, OpenStream was somehow limited in casting at 3.5 meters per minute. With Octagon, we reach immediately 4.5 minutes per minute with a peak of 4.7, with very, very stable casting scenario. Later on, we install the submerged nozzle, and also in this case, the casting speed will immediately increase to 6.2 meters per minute. Well, next application was 2016 in the micro mill in Egypt. The size of the billet was equivalent to 165, so a bigger billet. In Egypt, we have 3 casting strengths. One is feeding the rolling mill in endless. You can see in the picture the very hot billet going to the rolling mill, while the other 2 strands are producing 130 by 130 billet to feed another rolling mill. And as in the previous case, also in this case, the results were very good, and we speed up to 6.3 meters per minute, which correspond to 80 tons per hour single strand. This is some picture of the event, but in this movie, you can see, in this picture, you can see the homogeneity of the temperature of the billet coming from the cooling chamber. Well, we came again in the US in 2018, first casting still in the middle plant in Still, Arizona, where we reached 8 meters per minute, amazing. But I'm not talking about peak speed, I'm talking about hours and hours of continuous speed at 8 meters per minute, up to 23 hours at the nominal speed of 8 meters per minute. The section was, in this case, 143 millimeter. Well, in the same year, the years later, we had the first experience of octagon caster here in ABS, Cargnacco, here in Italy, where we start casting SBQ in submerged powder lubrication mode. But let's come again to the high-speed casting, typical of endless casting rolling. 2020, the second plant in the CMC Oklahoma, installed the octagon and is now casting at a speed up to 9 meters per minute. Also, in this case, continuous casting speed, not peak speed. Last year, we came again to Egyptian steel, where thanks to a new installation of secondary cooling and sprites, we were able to boost the speed up to 8 meters per minute also in this case. And with the speed and with this section, we were able to reduce the energy expenses in the rolling mill by almost 40 kilowatt hours per tons from induction heaters and rolling mill power. Well, coming to the conclusion, this is a recap of the octagonal story from 2014, 16 in Egypt, CMC Arizona, 8 meters per minute, and then the consolidation. Now almost all our micro mill endless casting rolling are using the Octocaster. And the Octocaster is expected to perform at the end of this year and the next year in the next two application, Merchant Bar in CMC, Arizona, the number 3 of this company in the US, and the first Jumbo Mida in Bashundara, which will feature a 220 by 220 equivalent octagonal section at 7 meters per minute, and will produce rebar and wire rod, smooth wire rod, low carbon, medium carbon, and high carbon. This will be a step forward in the production of long products. So conclusion, we made real reliable the endless casting and rolling technology, and octagons providing limited bulging typical of square is perfect to approach the extreme casting speed. In recent real cases, octagon installation, instead of the square on existing plan, allowed up to 40 kilowatt-hour per ton, as I was mentioning, increasing without increasing complexity in the caster up to 20% of the production. And this was fully proved by facts. Okay, I finish my quick introduction of this technology, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you.
Grazie, Mr. De Luca. Grazie. And if there are any questions, I think Pradeep Da has a question. Ankit, can you promote Pradeep Da? There are two questions I can see. I think Sinada and Pradeep Da both have a question. So if you can just take the promote them so that they can ask the questions. Mr. Pradeep Patra and Mr. S.K. Sinada and Pradeep Da. So Pradeep Da, please go ahead. You are already, I think, promoted. So Pradeep Da, your question, please. Pradeep Da, please go ahead. Pradeep Da, please ask your question. You are already in the panel. Mr. Pradeep Patra, you can ask your question. Please go ahead. I think he's having a connectivity issue or something.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, in the meantime, Mr. Sinada, please ask your question.
Sir, with such high casting speed, is there any quality problem?
No, not actually. In fact, with octagon section, also the rolling mill take advantages because the roll pass design is much more easy to manage. You know, octagon is a round, so oval round pass design is much better and reduce the strain in the first passes. So actually the quality is increased.
No, what is the sequence you are taking in 110
Oh, minimum is 23 hours of continuous casting per sequence. Actually, in Egypt and the US, they reach more than 35 hours, which correspond to more than 50 hits. So 50 hits, 33, 34 hours.
What are the grades you are casting?
Sorry?
What are the grades you are casting?
Typically, on rebar application, we are casting all the AZ 650, grade 60, 80, 100.
Thank you.
Typical rebar grades at this speed, yes.
Kindly share your email ID.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you, Sinada. Thank you so much. Pradeep Da, please go ahead. You can ask your question now.
So I think he is not able to connect. So in that case, I can read out his question from the chat. So he has asked, for endless rolling at high-speed casting, any problem of central porosity or entrapped gas? Are you doing degassing before casting?
Not really for rebar application, it's not needed. Actually, we don't have internal quality, but again, at the speed we are casting mainly rebar application, not only for high carbon steel. Maximum casting speed is a little bit lower. We reach a consistent casting speed of 6 meters per minute.
Okay, Mr. Hassan Zafar Chaudhary, do you have a question? Chaudhary sir, if you have a question, you can ask the question.
Not really,
Yes.
because I know these technologies, because Daniel is working with us, so we are familiar with this technology. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know your mill is a Danieli mill, yes, I know.
Yeah. Plus, we have a continuous in touch with the Danieli, so we are familiar with the Q1 technology or media technologies and these opto technologies. We are familiar very much. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Luca.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Luca, if you would like to share your email ID, you can put it in the chat, because people are asking for your email ID. You can share it in the chat section for anyone who needs to send you an email.
I will.
Yeah. So with that, we will now move on to our next. Any other questions which is left in the chat section or Q&A section? Any other questions?
No, not. Yeah, we have a question from Mr. Kaleshappa CR, and he's asking, is existing caster mold, can it be converted to Octa?
Yes. Yes, sure. Depending on the, of course, on this installation, but in principle, yes.
Okay.
So we can move on to the corporate video display.
Yeah, you can move on to the corporate video display. Debojyoti Roy will, he has a meeting, so he will join back at 8 o'clock. So in the meantime, after the display, you can put Rajesh on, and then Mr. Shikhar Shenoy. And in the meantime, can you just upgrade Mr. Ratna Prasad Atluri from the attendees to the panel, so that he can just speak a few words before we move on to the video presentation. Mr. Ratnesh Atluri, he is the CEO of Hospet Steels Limited. He is the CEO of Hospet Steels Limited. Mr. Atluri, I know you didn't want to really speak that much, but just a few words on Hospet Steels and your thoughts on whatever we have discussed so far. Just a few words from you, Mr. Atluri. Over to you.
Thank you, Nirmalya. Actually, it is a very interesting topic we have been discussing. I am very closely associated with the near net shape casting since 1993, because I was also associated with the Ispat Industries, which was set up the first CSP in India. As the speakers are telling, the near net shape casting or the rolling mills along with that have changed the scenario in North America. The entire steel industry has changed over from, as you all know now, from big industries to mini steels. Though the mini steels are now producing 30 million ton, 10 million ton, but they are dispersed, and indirectly what the panelists are telling, the logistics issues are also getting addressed. As far as the India is concerned, we are still a hot metal utilization producer country, unlike US, where scrap is being used in almost 70% of the steel making. In my opinion, we will be moving slowly to the direction, because ultimately scrap has to come back to the market. And as far as the near net shape casting is concerned, I have seen that what Mr. V.R. Sharma said is very correct. Reduction ratios, while I was at Vizag, people used to say that you should have 1:6. But in 2004 and 2005, from Dolvi plant, we have produced half-inch API X70 from 55 mm slab. not 1 ton, 2 ton. We have produced 300,000, which has been supplied to all over the world. And same experience I have. 16 mm API X70 is made from 82 mm slab in Algoma. That was SR Steel Algoma in 2009. So I'm very sure with the technological developments that are happening by various manufacturers, whether it is Danieli or SMS, things are rapidly changing. And with the pressure on us to control the CO2 emissions, I'm sure we'll find a way out, like all Indians, with some jugaad and with some innovation. Definitely we'll come out. And this technology of near net shape casting has a future. And in hot steel itself, though it is like a conventional blast furnace, caster and the rolling mill, the future is there because the long products also have to move to reduce the cost like everyone else. We are also forced to reduce our carbon footprint as majority of our end production is going to land in outside the country. I think that CO2 is going to stay with us, though in India, yes, we may survive for a few more years, but at the end of the day, we'll have to live with these new issues. These are my few opinions, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Atluri, for sharing your thoughts. I did not know that you were there in Vizag Steel Plant because that's a plant very close to my heart. And now that the plant is being privatized, is being disinvested, I just keep praying to the Almighty that it should go into good hands. Like today, we got the news, Nilachal has gone in the hands of Tata Steel, which I see as a very positive development. And hopefully, similarly, Vizag Steel Plant should go into good hands like JSW, Tata Steel, or JSPL, which believes in managing the business well rather than thinking of short-term profits. So a steel business is something where you cannot think of short-term profits because it's a very cyclical industry. By the time you think of investing and you start getting the returns, the market has moved in a completely different direction. So in steel plants, if you're in steel business, if you're looking at creating wealth, you should be there. You should not be there to make profits, because if you are there to sell profits, it's better to sell rolls in the market rather than make steel. So a steel business, I see it as something where you need to have a passion. A passion is the only thing which can keep you alive in this industry. And especially when you are talking about Vizag Steel, I have spent good time with almost all the CMDs, right from Mr. J. Mehra to Dr. B.N. Singh, Mr. Sagar Rao, you name Mr. Madhusudan, everyone. I've spent good time with them. I've seen the passion. In fact, Mr. Panda, Mr. B.K. Panda, who unfortunately is no more with us in this world today. We used to meet in the Hilltop Guest House on the terrace just to discuss how the township can look better. So this is the passion which is there. Even Mr. Sagar Rao, Mr. Sagar Rao is also someone I've spent a lot of time with. So there was a vision and passion in these leaders who shaped Vizag Steel Plant. So with a lot of pain at a time when you see the workers protesting, I think Vizag Steel Plant is a gold mine and will remain a gold mine. Whoever owns it, it should go in good hands. That's all I want to pray so that Vizag Steel Plant remains a gold mine. With that, I'll once again thank Mr. Ratnaputra Atluri, who is the CEO of Hospet Steels Limited. So thank you, Mr. Atluri, for being with us. And you are there with us in our WhatsApp group, so you'll stay connected. And we will have many more such discussions together to move this industry forward. And for me, honestly, I love this industry, and my job is to bring everyone together. That's what I do. So my job is to bring everyone together and to think better for this. How best from, My son, whom you see hosting this program today, lives all the way away in Munich, in Germany. So whenever I talk with my son, or for that matter, I talk to my wife, 90% of the time we talk about the steel industry. So that's what our life is all about. My family life, my life at work is focused around this industry, which has given me the bread and butter. So I keep telling my son that you should respect the steel industry like your mother. It's a second mother for you. This industry has given you bread and butter all these years. Your father could not earn anything had it not been the Indian steel industry. So I salute the spirit of Indian steel industry, and I believe the future of steel lies in India. And we will be at the top because we have the best talent, the best metallurgists in this country to take this industry forward. So with that, I would request Ankit to play the videos, and then my good friend Rajesh will give the Kalfrida presentation. In fact, Kalfrida for the first time has come in our fold. I'm not going to let Rajesh go like that. He has to stay connected, and I will, on my part, play whatever possible role to see that Kalfrida becomes a name to reckon with in India. So with that, Ankit, over to you for the corporate presentations, followed by Rajesh, who will just speak after that. So over to you, Ankit.
Yeah, so first we have the corporate video by BSRM.
We were born out of fire. We were there when the seed of Bangladesh was first planted in the nation's mind in 1952. We built homes, factories, and cities. We built the largest monuments, one after another. We touched 1 million lives and gave birth to stories of progress and happiness. We believe in making every inch of our steel with utter meticulousness, integrity, and hard work. That's our secret of producing world-class steels. We grow every day. We get better and better, ensuring strength, sustainability, and safety. The journey that started with a spark has become an eternal flame in our hearts. And it keeps us pushing the boundaries of excellence. We are BSRM, building a safer nation.
Next, we have the corporate video by Maxis Motion. Those were our corporate videos. So now over to Mr. Devonjyoti Roy. Sorry, I mean over to Mr. Yeah, over to Mr. Devonjyoti Roy to continue the discussion.
Yeah, Devonjyoti, I think Devonjyoti has a meeting right now. So if
okay, so
he
in that
wants a
case,
little,
over to Mr. Rajesh Kumar then.
yeah, Rajesh will speak because after that Devonjyoti will join because he has a meeting till about 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock he will join.
Okay, so over to Mr. Rajesh Kumar, who is the country manager, Kalfrisa.
Yeah. Rajesh, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Nirmala sir. And hello, everyone. And it is really a great opportunity for me to represent Kalfrisa over this forum, where very senior people from metal business are showing their presence. We have discussed a lot about markets, about upcoming technologies, about different aspects of steel business, where to contribute, about green energy, of course. But this energy, I want to concentrate on the matter of energy. This energy conservation, actually, it started long back, because I want to draw all your attention onto the Japan, who are always suffering with crisis of energy. And they started thinking about this long back. I want to share with you one small story before coming on to my presentation. I want to draw your attention onto one of the pioneer thermal engineer, American scientist, Mr. Charles C. Buckle. When Charles C. Buckle developed regenerative burners in his laboratory, and no one was there to fund that regenerative burners during early 80s to implement that into industries. At the time, he communicated with Tokyo Gas Japan, and then Tokyo Gas Japan supported him. But anyway, it was not materialized. And you can see now in last 5, 6, 7 years, these regenerative burners are coming into the pictures, because it is a tool to save energy. You can produce green energy, of course, but you also need to save the energy, to avoid misuse of the energy. So in my presentation, I will explain this in more details. So I am sharing my presentation to you. So am I visible to everyone? My screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to introduce Kalfrisa. Kalfrisa is a company from Spain, located in Zaragoza, around 200 kilometers away from Madrid. And Kalfrisa is one of the largest manufacturer of recuperator in the world. And they are having their presence in this business by last 50 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, why we are focused on energy recovery? When you focus on the production of any long and flat product, how much energy? If you make a diagram, and you will find that 72% of the energy is consumed by thermal processes. So we need to be more focused in the use of these energy, what we are using for thermal processes. That means specifically reheating furnaces. You need to make your product more plastic to go into these stands so that you can reshape it either in terms of bars or in terms of seats or anyway. Around this 72% of energy, I just want to concentrate on the fact that all the furnaces almost runs between 1100 to 1200 degrees centigrade, 1250, 1270 like that. And how much waste gas you produce, and out of those waste gas, at what temperature you are producing your waste gas, that is more important. So you are producing your waste gas around 900, around 1000 degrees when they comes out of the furnace. Yes, now many of you, many of the people were having the idea that, okay, recuperator, we are using recuperator to recover that energy. Yes, yes, you are right. Everyone in the steel industry, modernists in the steel industry are using recuperators to recover the energy. But my idea is whether we are enoughly using it. With recuperator, are you enoughly extracting the heat? Are the tools used today are that effective? I am visiting to all the steel plants in India mainly. And when I see the thermocouple after the recuperator, it always show me around 400, 450. After recuperator, you are having waste gas temperature around 450, around 400. It is alarming. You could have recovered more energy. You are wasting a lot of energy. Recuperator looks a very simple tool, my friend, but it is not that simple. I go deep in my presentation. So in all the reheating furnaces, we use a recuperator. We install it in the waste gas duct to recover energy flowing through the waste gas back into our combustion air. And we can heat our combustion air from atmospheric temperature up to 650, 680 degrees centigrade with the new technologies. Yes, of course. So we are utilizing the waste energy. And you see, this is a Sankey diagram without any heat recovery system. And you see what are the flue losses we are having in this Sankey diagram, T2 factor. You see how much useful output you are having and how much waste you are having. So if you observe it very closely, you will find that you are losing the energy as much as you are using. That's why when you install a recuperator there, recuperator, I don't mean just a tube bundle. When I say about recuperator, I say about properly designed recuperator, which can help you in recovering energy, not for a few months, but for years. For that, what we need? We need proper selection of material, proper engineering, proper designing, proper analysis of waste gas, so that it should sustain in that dusty, in that dirty atmosphere for years after years. In this diagram, you can see how much energy we have recovered, and that can be reused into the furnace. You see in this graph, if air preheat temperature is around 650, you are saving 40% of your energy. And cost of the recuperator can be recovered in next 4 months ROI with the saving of the energy. You just imagine when you are having a waste gas at the temperature of 900 degrees centigrade and you are not able to extract proper energy from it, and you are having your combustion air around 400 only, 450 only. If you are having your combustion air at 450 degrees centigrade, approximately your flame temperature will be around 2200 degrees centigrade. more or less. Imagine when you recover the temperature up to 650 degrees centigrade, your flame temperature will go up to 2450 degrees centigrade. And you can imagine how much fuel you will be saving. Also, you will be saving environment by producing less warm waste gas into the, by throwing less warm flue gas into the atmosphere. Now, this data, this is a case study I am showing you from Bureau of Energy Efficiency. You can see in any heat treatment furnaces, exhaust gases are leaving furnace at 900 degrees centigrade. And you see, after a simple heat recovery system, how much calorie of energy we are saving per hour. It is 431,827 kilocalorie per hour we are saving. So you can imagine, if in other word I say it, you reduce your waste gas to 22 degrees centigrade and 1% of the fuel will be saved. That means if you are releasing your waste gas at 400 degrees centigrade, so you are losing 8% of your fuel. Because if at the bottom of your stack, the temperature of flue gas is around 180 degrees centigrade, it is enough for any natural draft. So we need to be more focused. Just installation of the recuperator is not going to help, but installation of proper recuperator is going to help you. Properly engineered recuperator is going to help you. Then maintenance, services, these things plays a key role. You install a recuperator and sometime Mr. Nirmal was saying few minutes back that short-term goals. So shop floor people think that, okay, this is just a tube bundle. We can buy stainless steel tubes and we can weld it and it will work. Yes, my friend, it will work. Certainly it will work. But I told you, if you are releasing 22 degree plus in your waste gas, that means 1% plus into your fuel efficiency. So a new recuperator, a brand new recuperator, ROI is 4 to 5 months of the fuel you are using in your furnace. I want to give you one small example of a proper designing. Sarma sir is not here, but he was there during JSPL Patratu commissioning, and recuperator from Calfrisa was installed in the year 2011. I tell you, till date, hot bundle is working. It was never replaced. Yes, cold bundle are replaced because fuel chemistry has been changed. Cold bundle was designed for mixed gas or maybe for LDO, not for HFO. As the HFO is having very high amount of sulfur, moisture, so it cannot sustain it. It was not designed for. So why Calfrisa? Because Calfrisa is having technology which is backed up by 50 years of experience. We design and manufacture for different processes. We know we have this technology. We can supply you new recuperator. We can tailor recuperator based on your design, based on any fuel change, based on any change in waste gas composition. We can also give you technical consultancy for optimization, how you can save more fuel, how you can recover more energy. we have sold almost 50 recuperators, only recuperators, in last year 2021. We are having European design, highest quality of our equipment during process of fabrication. We have dimensional control. We have our established quality procedures for testing. Also, we can provide you technical assistances during the life of recuperator, not for an year or so, but during the life of recuperator. What are the new possibilities? Under the Indian government's Make in India initiative, Calfrisa has decided to collaborate with one Indian partner. Now, it will be European engineering with Indian manufacturing. We will be providing you on-site support for installation, and manufacturing will be done with the partners of the Calfrisa in India. Apart from reheating furnaces, we also provide heat recovery system for DRI plants, and it is used worldwide. You see, this is, I am showing you a simple sketch of how we are making this complete bundle, set of different type of recuperator. We are also giving piping, casing, engineering designs for DRI plants. Coming back to our subject, you can see all the Indian big steel makers are equipped with Calfrisa's recuperator, starting from Jindal Stainless, Welspun, JSPL Patratu, JSW Bellary. And I want to show you one important thing, that in 2006, Welspun Gujarat were having the first set of recuperator from Calfrisa, and they replaced it in the year 2016. Itself, it proves that the life of the recuperator they got is 10 years. So, this is a brief list of customers, our customers in India. We have our establishment in Spain. This is our factory. And we have a big area to develop recuperator, to design, to paint. Everything is in-house. And one more thing I want to show you. This is one recuperator, U-tube recuperator. And this is U-type recuperator is used in Vizag Steel in their first generation installation. In LMMM, in MMSM, they were using gas recuperators. Also, after air recuperator, they have used gas recuperator to recover more energy, to add some energy into their gas also. Later on, I don't know the reasons why it was discarded, why it is not used now. So these are the few pictures from our workshop. As you can see, they are engineering companies, are our direct customer, Tenova, Phoebs. Phoebs, I worked with Phoebs long time, almost 13 years. SMS Group, Danieli, Andrews, Arcelor. And apart from that, all indie users, all steel makers are our customers in India. And that's all from my presentation. You may connect me at the given addresses. And I am sorry if I had taken more time, Nirmalya sir. I am sorry.
No problem, no problem. We are well within time. No problem at all. Thank you so much. Any questions for
Thank you, sir.
Rajesh?
Thank you.
Any questions for Rajesh? Okay, so I suppose there are no questions. So we will now move on to Devajyoti and then followed by Shikha Shenoy. Mr. Devajyoti Roy, Director, Transformation and Synergy, Tata Steel UK. So let us get the UK perspective. After, he was earlier the PEO, Principal Executive Officer with Tata Steel BSL, and now he is in Tata Steel UK as the Director for Transformation and Synergy. So let's see what synergy we see between Tata Steel India and Tata Steel UK. So over to you, Devajyoti, for your perspective on the long and flat product segment when it comes to an overview of UK and European market, which I have been reading today a little bit about. And it seems that in spite of all issues, prices are once again rising gradually northwards. In spite of all that demand shortfall we've seen over the last couple of months, and of course one major reason being the coke prices having shot through the roof. So that's a major reason why everyone is forced today to look at price hikes, including the Indian producers, and even in Southeast Asia we have been noticing a rise in prices. So with that, over to you, Devajyoti.
Thank you, Nirmalata. And am I audible?
Absolutely, loud and clear.
Thank you. And first of all, thanks for re-accommodating me because I had to move out for some time in the session for another important meeting, which I couldn't change. But I was mostly, I've gone through all the presentation, and I was really happy to see that how you have ensured that across the world, across all the large industry, as well as the user fraternity, how you have interconnected everyone and how you have built this bridge across different technologies and across different solutions that are available or that are being developed across different part of the geography. So thank you for making this happen, and I'm sure that every one of us will definitely get a lot of benefit out of these sessions. Today, what I am actually trying to share will be more focused on, while I am not having any presentation, but I'll share mostly on the flat product solutions, which is more applicable for UK and European business. And why I am sharing this to a larger participant group is that I feel that this is the future, and countries like India or African countries, they will also adopt this solution, which is today prevalent in UK or European context. So my entire session will be focused in actually 3 or 4 themes. First theme will be that what are the construction solutions where flat products are being used prevalently in UK through our value chains. The second part will be that how we are building the sustainability and angle into the solutions that we are providing. Third part is that how digital and digital platforms are being used to create much more aware customer, or how customers are much more closer now rather than going through a long value chain. And obviously fourth will be some challenges that I would like to share, which will be very, very important for the steel industry specifically, and going forward how things are looking like. So with this brief context, I would just start with giving a view that what Tata Steel UK is. So as you know, that Tata Steel UK was part of Cora Steel, and when we Tata Group took over Cora Steel in 2008, it was almost like a 20+ million ton of steel production capacity across Europe.
Sir.
And
Namaskar, sir. Just my presentation, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Rajesh. Yeah. Okay. So I think it was that time it was almost one of the largest acquisition in the Tata Group itself, and there were a lot of expectation that how we can make this business being the most important part of the business of Tata Steel Group. And then as we moved along, the cost curves as well as the cost fixed cost actually challenged the larger part of the organization, and we had to shrink. And finally today where we are with almost 10 million. So it is like in the entire Tata Steel Europe, we have a almost 10 million ton of capacity. It is actually divided into now Tata Steel UK and Tata Steel Netherlands. So Tata Steel Netherlands value chain is almost 6 million ton, and around 3.5 to 3.8 million is the capacity of Tata Steel UK. But I think more than what overall capacity is, the biggest difference which I could see in the Tata Steel Europe business is the downstream product capability and the solution that the downstream is building. And this is the reason why I see that when in India we mostly talk about construction, it is mostly driven through the long products. Here, I think the economy is in a way moved ahead and ensured that there is a lot of flat product component in the construction. In the Indian context also, I think it is increasing. But mostly now in Europe, you will find that the building solution and the construction solutions are very much dependent on the flat product availability. And there are multiple solutions which are being developed across different industry, and there is a very long value chain. The value addition starts with the steel industry, and then you have further downstream partners in the value chain who actually gives the value addition to the final customer. So this gives a very good understanding that why out of 3.5 or 3.6 million ton capacity in UK, we are almost 2 million in the value-added product. So you can understand that almost 55 to 60% of the product going out of Tata Steel UK value chain is value-added product, unlike more of HR and more of CR. And that also ensures that as we go much nearer to the customer, our offerings are very, very specific, and almost it is customized to each customer. This gives us a very strong long-term partnership with our customers, either the direct customers or the customers who are typically the aggregators like Perkins or Kingspan. So you might have known these companies. These companies are very, very prevalent in the construction business. So Tata Steel, what Tata Steel UK offers? Tata Steel UK offers the products mostly through the value chain of color-coated products, through the value chain of galvanized products, and through the value chain of tubes and tube-related products. So these are three major substrates which goes into the building solutions. As we develop the building solution, these are typically the profiles and lintels through our Catnic brand, which is one of the largest brand for individual or small house builders. Then we have the color-coated products, which has different type of shapes and size. In addition to this, one major portfolio is our Color Coat Urban, which is typically talking about the panels or sandwich panels, which are going into direct into the customer segment of industrial construction or even the non-industrial construction also. So this makes a very good, I'll say, inroads into the positioning of our product. The good part is that all this product, most of this product are now not sold on tons. As we have seen in some of the earlier presentation, the focus is that how we move from tons to numbers. Because the moment you move to numbers, the positioning or the entire value chain also makes in a very different way. I can give you a good brief understanding that typically the building solution products, if you compare like to like with either the galvanized product or normal color-coated products, the building solutions are sold at almost 3 times the through gross margin. So you can understand that how this value addition actually helps. The customer base is very, very high. One of the unique things that I have seen in Tata Steel UK value chain in most of the building solution product, we are at this point of time giving 40 years guarantee. I think it is unheard of in many, many steel industries or otherwise. We are in many products giving up to 40 years of guarantee in terms of performance. We are also giving support in terms of designing the overall structures. So it helps customer to take the right quantity and the right material for their construction. So it helps them to actually reduce their losses at the construction site. I think one of the earlier speakers very clearly said that, and Sharmaji as always is pioneer in all those thought processes that how we can make actually less steel giving more output. So this is where I think things are moving into. So this is when I say that how we are building that building solution product portfolio, we can see clearly that this is into the larger part of the business, and Tata Steel UK as a value chain is getting a lot of benefit in terms of direct customer connections. Also, one of the more important part that I would like to share here is that, as you know, that European regulatory situations are changing very, very significantly. We are also working with UK government and the other governments in European Union that how this can become an industry standard, how this can become a part of the design standard so that people can use those standards. And it also creates a bit of, I'll say, clarity in the customers for what can become their benefit in terms of a longer term investment. As we all know that the individual house builders or the projects are typically in the construction takes care of at least long-term investment. It is like 25, 30, 35 years. So it is very important that they should be very comfortable with the investment that they are making. So this is where I think we are pioneer in this area, in this geography. It is also important at this point of time to share with you that the manufacturing facilities, unlike if you go to a typical blast furnace or integrated steel plants, the manufacturing facilities are not very agile in nature. That means if you put a blast furnace, you have to run with it at least 30, 35 years because the structural and other things are very, very differently positioned. These downstream plants are again very unique, that if you want to, it is almost like a automotive industry manufacturing facilities where you can actually take out the entire plant. So one of our plant, Katnik, which is near to the South Wales area, we are actually relocating the complete plant within a period of 6 months. So you can understand that how agile and how flexible these plants are with all the new technology and with all the new facilities they are available. You can actually relocate the entire plant. So this gives us also a very good flexibility in terms of how we can reach out to our customer much closer. I would like to also give a view on how sustainability we are putting the sustainability part, because as you know, as Tata Steel UK, we are looking forward to go for a green steel upstream, which will be typically the electric arc furnace. And in the earlier part of the session, when we were discussing with the Mr. Panwar and the Danieli team, that we are looking for those opportunities. But that doesn't stop us, that how we can make our downstream products, both production part as well as the offering, more sustainable or more net zero. So one of the things which is along with the local universities, Swansea University and the Warwick University, we are doing is that how to integrate solar panel along with the color-coated steel. So very soon you will see that we are coming up with a solution where the color-coated steel panels are coming along with the solar cells. And this will be very, very unique product. We are very near to the commercial application of this product, and this can actually change how you are using. All your roofs will come with the color-coated panels will come with solar panel, and you just need to plug and play. So this is one major area where we feel that we should move ahead and build that sustainability process in the industry. And I'm very happy to share that we are very close to it, and the universities and the local ecosystem is really helpful in putting those facilities in the respective area. So the third part, which I just quickly want to cover, is that how we are building the digital platforms for our building solutions. So what we have developed is that along with the World Steel, so there is a concept of carbon zero housing through the World Steel. I think many of you must be knowing that. So along with Gensler and some other companies who are our partners, we are trying to build a platform-based construction solution where this entire design will be available on a digital platform, and you can actually get the entire house come to you as a kit. So you can understand it is like an IKEA of building solutions where you get the entire house as a kit. You can select right from the roof to the floor of different type of texture and different colors and different configurations, and you have multiple options. And here we are also, we are actually partnering with a multiple ecosystem group who are connecting to us, and it is beyond the geographical boundary of Tata Steel UK. But we can tell you that this is again another solution which actually ensures the efficiency of construction, but it also ensures customers to get lot of flexibility and agility in terms of their selection of what they want to do with their construction. So this is taking good shape, and I can tell you that in next 6 months to 1 year, we will start shipping the building solutions, which will be more coming as a kit, not only for houses, but also for small shops, even small malls and gyms and all. So we are building that design, and you know that in India, with the nesting technology, we have built a lot of building solutions. So that is where actually the synergy part is really helping, where with the Indian understanding of the building solutions and the technological know-how of building those kits, we can actually go ahead and build this type of solution for the smaller customers or SME customers. And this is where I think we are doing, we are moving really good pace, and we are getting a lot of government support also. So this is very important, that how the entire ecosystem or the regulatory framework can actually help you rather than becoming a bottleneck for you. So with this major thought process and the trends that is happening in UK or the European context of application of steel in construction, I would like to close my discussion, and I'm happy to take some questions if there are any. But really thankful to you, Nirmalada, that you've given me this opportunity to share the thoughts here.
Thank you, Devjyoti. Thank you. Anything for a good friend like you. It's always a pleasure to have friends together on board and share the experience. For example, when you spoke about the use of flats more than the longs in construction, that's perhaps the trajectory you see in from developing to a developed state. From 55 to 45, it becomes the other way around. 55 of flats in construction and 45 of longs in construction. So that's the way the ratio goes. And the other very important thing which you really mentioned about is in terms of the flexibility of the plants. Of course, the biggest challenge still remains is how to basically take care of the input cost in terms of availability of raw materials. Well, you also spoke of moving the steelmaking route to electric arc furnace route primarily to take care of the decarbonization efforts, which Europe has to do anyway. So the legal pressures are also on you. The challenges, therefore, have to be rooted to use maximum of the renewables as much as you can. So with that, once again, thanks a ton, and thanks for being there. Thanks a million ton, I would say, for a 10 million ton transformation that you are doing. So thanks once again from the core of my heart. Special thanks. Now, with that, since Sushimda has already left, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, and Manish, my good friend Manish Veriwala, he is actually in Lucknow today, and he's just sent me a message, sorry, still in meeting. So that means he will still not be able to join. So I will leave it to my good friend Shrika Shenoy to do the honors on behalf of Steel Plant Specialties. And as I keep saying, he is the second generation entrepreneur that I'm dealing with in his family. I knew his father, and so my first interaction way back in 90s began with his father, and now it's the son leading the battle, fighting the battle, and taking the special challenges ahead. So over to you, Mr. Shrikant Shenoy from Steel Plant Specialties. Over to you. And after this, yeah, thank you. Just let me mention that since other speakers like Mr. Sushim Banerjee, Mr. Sham, Mr. Manish Veriwala will not be able to join, so I suppose he will be the last speaker, Mr. Shenoy. He always hates being the last speaker, but as luck would have it, there are dropouts, which I cannot help. If there are dropouts, what can I do? I specifically told my colleague Sengupta that please ensure that Shrika Shenoy is not the last speaker. Otherwise, he will kill me this time. But as luck would have it, you may be the last, but not the least for sure. So
thank you so much. Just to put things right, my gripe was not being the last one, but being the one to speak at 11 p.m. at times, where we've had August gatherings.
Yeah, so exactly. My apologies.
No issues. And Nirmalida, so nice to see you. Congratulations to Nirmalyada, Ankit, and the entire team at SNM for bringing together this August gathering. I take this moment to remember Subrata Mitrada. He's fondly remembered, and I miss him. And
yes, all of us do. Just let me recollect, since you mentioned it, it's a personal loss for me. This time last year, around the 23rd, 24th of January, he was, right now I'm in a place called Shanti Niketan, which is round about 200 kilometers from Kolkata. I have a small house here. And last year, this time of the year, we had the 25th marriage anniversary of Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, who is right now the ED and CTO of JSPL in Angul. He was earlier the CTO of Big River Steel in US. So he wanted to celebrate his 25th marriage anniversary in a small way. So this time of the year, last year, Mr. Subrata Mitra, we spent good time here together, a couple of days here in Shantiniketan. And, it was the biggest blow. Even when I lost my father a couple of years ago, I did not feel the pain the way I did when the day he left. Just the evening before that, he was having a discussion because he was working as a consultant for this this Kadapa Iron and Steel, which is the steel plant being built by Andhra Pradesh government and jointly with SR. So he was a consultant for that project, and he was having a meeting. So we had a small chat because he was in a virtual video conference with the entire team. So I told him, okay, fine, Dada, let us talk tomorrow morning. And the next morning, the message that I get early in the morning, round about at 8:30 in the morning, is Subrata is no more. So it is the biggest loss that I faced in my professional career, I would say. It's a personal loss. So let us remember that. And he was a great soul.
Absolutely.
Till date, I cannot repay his debts.
Yes.
In fact, we had planned next year we would go to MITEC together, and there are so many things we had planned ahead, but as luck would have it, God has taken him away. But he was really a good soul. So it's a moment to pay my respects to him wherever he is. May God give him happiness. And bliss.
Absolutely.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Well, it's been very insightful. A wonderful day today to hear from the stalwarts of the steel industry, right from V.R. Sharma Saab, Ashish Anupamji, Jairamji. Everyone have spoken about the years to come in the Indian steel industry, and it's definitely sounding like an exciting place to be in. I'm personally very excited. Right from the technology to big trends that are upcoming in the steel industry. And then we've had wonderful presentations from Daniele and Carl Friesa regarding the mechanical aspects. And now it's my pleasure to put forth what we have been doing in the steel industry, which is predominantly in the metallurgical aspect. And we have been working in preventing rejections, increasing yield, and reducing fuel consumptions in the hot rolling. And since the theme of the event today is long products, that's why I have included case studies predominantly in the long product segment. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, Ankit. Just a quick introduction here. We were incorporated in 1985 by metallurgists from IIT Mumbai, my father and his alumni. And that is the reason we are predominantly in the metal forming segment, predominantly in hot rolling, hot forging, and heat treatment segments. These are our core competencies and nothing else. We address the issues faced by the steel industry by manufacturing certain customized coatings and lubricants based on the problems that are faced by the industry. And since these products are highly customized in nature, we have the privilege of being sole suppliers of these specially developed products, niche products to industry leaders in India, Poland, Spain, USA, and Taiwan. Special thanks to the labs that we work closely with. BFI Germany is a lab located in Germany, and they specialize in applied research. They helped us in development of our scale control and decarbonization control coatings by validating the use of these. Dr. Sanjay Koinde is the Managing Director of CCRT Labs, Thane. They do a lot of projects in the region of managing waste in the steel industry. And of course, their core competency is in the refractory segment. Most of the reputed steel plants have their refractories tested at CCRT laboratories. And they have also assisted us in testing and validating a number of our refractory products. The reason I'm speaking about labs is this is generally the methodology that we follow. We look at the problems that are faced by the steel industry. We carry out certain tests in our own laboratory, then take assistance from such reputed labs like BFI Germany, CCRT laboratories, and then go take the product to the field and implement it. That's the stage of problem solving that we follow. And of course, I would like to thank our customers ranging from Rourkela Steel Plant, Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, Vardhaman Special Steels, Tata Steels, JSPL, Arjas, various others, right up to the forging segment also, Bharat Forge, Highway Industries, Mahindra and Mahindra. So we have the privilege of working right with the steel makers, right up to the end use of the steel, which is the automotive segment. And again, we work only in the niche areas, that is hot rolling, hot forging, and heat treatment. And since these processes are used by right from steel making up to the end use, that is the automotive segment, that's where we have been happy to add value. And I'll quickly get into case studies. These are the three areas where we work in. The steel, which means we look at preventing rejections, increasing yield, and increasing productivity. Fuel, well, reducing fuel consumption and improving uniformity in furnace operations, and of course the lubricants aspect. Today I'll be speaking about the first two segments, since the theme of the event is long products, and I have good case studies in the first two segments. For paucity of time, I will cover lubricants perhaps at the next seminar, and each of these technologies I will be backing with case studies from various steel mills. So how actually do we go about saving costs and increasing productivity when it comes to preventing rejections and increasing yield? These are carried out by billet coatings that are customized as per the metallurgical requirements of each process. These coatings are used to control decarburization, control scaling, substantially reduce scaling, and reduce non-value adding activities or processes like bar peeling, shot blasting, and acid pickling. Furnace downtime and maintenance cost is reduced by refractory coatings that help in increasing refractory lining life and reducing fuel consumption. And of course, lubricant costs can be substantially reduced by effective filtration and lubricants. Now, the good part about these technologies is these are not capital intensive. They can be carried out in any steel mill, big or small, and the ROI is usually 1 to 3 months only. And this is what I will be presenting. Well, looking at these images, very familiar ones. When we are speaking about high temperatures, there is no escaping scaling and decarburization. What you're seeing on the screen here is scaling that is formed on a billet just after it is brought out of the billet reheating furnace. These are again an open die forged ingot. This is a billet that is induction heated up to 1250 degrees in the forging industry. And at every stage, wherever there is high temperature involved, there is scaling and decarburization. And the problems due to scaling and decarburization, well, before anything else, we face loss of material. In the steel industry, anywhere between 2% up to 8% is lost due to scaling and decarburization. The percentage is determined by the processes that are required for the end product, and also various other aspects like the grade of steel, the maximum temperature required, the soaking period, etc. Scale also causes maintenance issues. I have a lot of customers who have taken downtime of their furnaces simply to clean scale from the furnace hearth. It also causes damage to the furnace hearth, and there is a lot of scale also that gets deposited in the rolling mill machinery, which is anywhere between 20 minutes to 45 minutes of downtime every day, or sometimes every shift, depending on the type of steel that is rolled. There are rejections of entire heat due to prolonged heating in the furnace. Now, this could be due to unplanned reasons. For example, if there's a breakdown in the rolling mill, the billets are getting excessively heated in the furnace. This leads to excessive decarburization, excessive scaling, and this could lead to rejection of the entire heat itself. During shift change, if the team does not bother to reduce the temperature of the furnace and excessive heat is provided to the billets, this could lead to excessive decarburization and scaling. And in most cases, decarburization cannot be controlled. It is either a reactive approach is offered to remove the decarb layer, or processes like bar peeling, etc. Here you can see some. The scale is falling off the furnace, and from the time the billet comes out of the furnace, there is scale falling everywhere. Another study that we're currently carrying out right now is the life of the rolls in tandem with the excess of scaling. So everyone here knows that scaling is very hard, and it causes serrations and reduces the roll life. Hopefully, during the next webinar, I will be having some case studies to share in this regard as well. Right now, I will be focusing more on the rejections and the other aspects. Oxygen combines with metal to form metal oxide. This is what you're seeing in the reaction here. And this is what we term as scale. The same oxygen that breathes life into each one of us is also responsible for millions of dollars of loss on a daily basis, especially in the steel industry. And the general practice is to combat decarburization by removal of the decarb layer or the scale layer by grinding, peeling, short blasting, acid pickling, and such unwanted but costly operations. The concept here is to either prevent or delay the process of oxidation and decarburization by the use of a protective coating. This is a mechanical barrier which is applied on the steel. Now, oxygen has a great thermodynamic affinity with steel, which means the higher the temperature and soaking period, the more will be the scaling and decarburization. So depending on these factors, the coating has helped in either substantially reducing or preventing the scaling. In case of heat treatment operations, which are below 1000 degrees Celsius, there are many cases where we have offered zero scaling. In case of very high hot rolling temperatures of 1250 degrees, the average is between 50 to 70% reduction in scaling. And of course, when you're speaking about a new product and a process, the usual questions that you would ask: the coating should not react with metal, it should not emit toxic fumes, it should not alter heat transfer. Now, it's a very natural question to ask: if you're adding on a layer on your metal, would you be required to offer more heat in the furnace to heat the metal up to the core? And of course, like I mentioned before, we are also working in the forging industry, where induction heater billets have an accept and reject system, and the temperature tolerance is not more than 9 degrees. And in these areas, the coatings have passed all these tests, and it is being used in various reputed organizations by brushing, dipping, or spraying, depending on the ease of operation of each particular process. I'll quickly jump into case studies here. This is the coating that is given on the billets prior to charging these billets in the billet reheating furnace, in a pusher type furnace. The controlling decarburization is very important, especially when it comes to rail steel, spring steels, and various such critical steels. Now, over here, you can see only one part of the billet is spray coated with the decarb control coating. The reason is this is a rail steel that is being rolled, and this section would be directly the part on which the rail is resting. So decarburization needs to be controlled to a stringent level on this particular surface itself. And of course, for economic reasons, only one side is coated. And you can see the cross section after the entire exercise. The area that is not coated, you can see excessive decarburization that has penetrated deep. Now, this would either be a rejection, or it would have to be peeled off or ground, or there would be such non-value adding activity. And the area where the coating was applied, you can visually see that the decarb is at least 50%, if not more, controlled by more than 50%, as you can see over here. This is an example here of a long product of the billet that is used by the forging industry. Now, prior to cold forging, annealing needs to be carried out on the billets. This is a very similar example to the previous example of the rolling industry. That's the reason I'm showing you this. Well, after a very large annealing cycle of say around 18 hours, this is the result. In spite of short blasting for 20 minutes, there are stains on the product, and this would be in turn a very ugly looking forging that is made out of it. As opposed to that, here on the right are the coated billets, which were coated and passed through the same annealing cycle in the same furnace and short blasted only for 12 minutes. So if you speak only of the short blasting operation, there is an increase in productivity by around 40%, 20 minutes reduced to 12 minutes. And you can see a much better surface finish here. In the hot rolling industry, where bar peeling needs to be carried out, there are instances where a 2 mm bar peeling is reduced to 1 mm only. That's a 50% reduction in the bar peeling, it is equivalent to adding one more bar peeling machine at absolutely no capital cost. And there's a 50% increase in productivity because you're reducing 2 mm to 1 mm. And you can imagine the amount of metal that is saved in this continuous operation by the use of protective coatings on billets. Some of the recommendations that I'm proud to share. This is from Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, and they just certify that they have been using the coatings on certain critical grades, and especially on certain grades which are very difficult to grind. In this particular case, belt grinding was carried out to remove approximately 1 mm of scaling. And since the grade of steel was so hard, it would take approximately 8 to 10 days to grind off 1 mm from this very hard grade of steel. And by the use of the protective coating, that time was reduced from around 8 to 10 days to 2 days only. And that's by substantially reducing the scaling at the heating stage. This example is shared with us by Rourkela Steel Plant. Again, our customers since ages. On certain steel plates, due to the sticky nature of the scale on this particular grade of steel, 3 short blasting operations needed to be carried out before they could dispatch a clean product free from scale. And after using the coating, with a single short blasting operation, the dispatch could be affected. That's a 66% increase in productivity by reducing 2 short blasting operations. Well, this is a question that we get a lot. How do you actually use the coating? Is it, can you dip it, or do you need to brush it on? Well, it's very easily sprayed. As you can see here, the billets are being spray coated, and it takes anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes to spray coat an entire heat of the billets. Another recent question, well, as you may have guessed by now, most of our work is in the billet reheating segment. Around 50% of the Indian market is still using billet reheating furnaces. But increasingly, we are also getting questions in the continuous operations where there is no use of a billet reheating furnace. And the question that we usually get is, can the coating be applied on hot steel? And in the previous webinar last year, I was not able to answer this question because we didn't have any study on that. But now I am glad to say that the coating has been tried out between 950 to 1000 degrees direct spray on hot billets, and it works well. This is a case study of wire rods hot rolling. As you can see, especially in the case of free cutting steel, the initial rings, around 20 of the end rings are cut off because of improper surface finish. The ends of the billets are exposed to more heat because more surface areas are exposed to heat. This leads to irregular surfaces, and to offer a good product to the customer, around 20 rings were cut to get a better surface. By the use of the coating, this end ring cuts were reduced from 20 to 10 or less. Again, a 50% improvement by the use of the coating. In this steel plant, Walson Lever Corporation, Taiwan, where they have mentioned the grade of steel, AISI 416. And when it comes to expensive grades, even if we are able to reduce the scaling by 50%, it's a direct addition to profitability when it comes to expensive grades of steel. So over here, they have certified that scales generated by high temperature are reduced. Something called mill skid situation, which is not very popular. I believe it has something to do with roll biting due to the communication gap with Taiwan. We could not really get an entire information on this, but this is what they have certified in writing. So that's what I'm presenting to you. This is a case study where on the left, you're seeing a billet that was heated. And in spite of having high pressure water descaler, the scaling is not removed because this is a nickel steel and the scaling that is formed is very adherent. And on the right is the coated billet. And you can see that due to substantial reduction in scaling, the water descaler has worked very well. And you can easily make out the difference between the product that would be formed or rolled by using the billet on the left versus the billet on the right. You can expect a much better surface finish and much better price for the rolled product. And since we are also speaking about yield, it's not just about preventing rejections, it's also about yield when it comes to certain expensive grades. We compared the thickness of scale from a coated versus a not coated billet. The scale that is generated, we measured the thickness of the scale, and on a not coated billet, a 1.667 mm scale was formed, and on the coated billet, a 0.717 mm scale was formed. And you can see by the nature of the scale itself, you can appreciate the thickness and the aggressiveness of the scale is much reduced when it comes to the coated billet. And this is approximately a 58% reduction in scaling. Now, this is a recent case study of a TMT manufacturing organization where the price was 40,000 per ton and a scale loss of 0.8% was recorded. And by the use of the protective coating, anti-scale coating, the only reason over here is to reduce the scale loss and increase the yield and achieve savings. Well, I'll be happy to share this, but in a nutshell, what it shows is a monthly monetary saving is 10.6 lakhs possible in this rolling mill where approximately 11,000 tons of steel, TMT bars are hot rolled. And this is not the continuous route. I would like to add here. This is a billet reheating furnaces are used here. I do not have such information yet for the continuous formed product. Sorry, there's a problem.
I think there's a slight connectivity issue.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, I was just coming to the point that in billet reheating furnaces, there's always good commercial and technological sense to use the protective coatings. Recommendation from Vardhaman Special Steels. Now, this is purely for controlling decarburization in the billet reheating furnace. The grades of steel are mentioned here: SAE 52100, 16 MNCR5, various others for the automotive and some non-automotive sectors, where the end customers are nowadays having very stringent requirements of decarb control, where when the coating is not used, 1% of the section is susceptible to decarburization. And when the coating is used, this decarb can be controlled consistently up to 0.25% of the section thickness. And this is including all the unplanned downtimes, all the mill breakdowns, all the excessive heatings, etc. that take place during the hot rolling process. A special thanks to Mr. Tripanwar. He's a very senior gentleman, senior metallurgist who has carried out the use of coatings in various aspects during hot rolling to control decarburization, to reduce scale formation, and to improve surface finish And he's also tried it out on annealing operations to control partial or full decarburization for spheroidized annealing grades of steel. I'll be happy to share all grades of steel and each tests or the results from the field. Due to paucity of time, I'm giving overviews of the case studies here. A certificate that is very close to our heart, the certificate of recognition awarded to us by Tata Group for prevention of formation of scales on steel tubes. This is our technical director collecting that award, and I'm following the presentation of Mr. Roy from Tata Steel UK. I'm glad to inform that Didier Farugia of Tata Steel Europe had invited us to make a presentation on this subject at an event in UK. We were there in 2018. I believe the next version of that event is due sometime this year or next year. Look forward to meeting Mr. Debajyoti Roy at that event. I'll keep you updated, sir, on that.
Thank you, Srikant. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Looking
Well, I'll move
forward.
on. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll move on to the next subject, which is protective coating to increase refractory lining life and reduce furnace maintenance costs. Now, when it comes to a billet reheating furnace, I'll state 2 or 3 very specific observations. When you reline a furnace, the fuel economy that you achieve is much, much more as compared to after 4 to 6 months of using that same furnace. And you would also appreciate that the time and the fuel taken to achieve a temperature increases as time goes by. For example, if you reline your furnace today and if you're taking, say, 100 liters of FO per ton, just to give a ballpark figure, that figure only increases after, say, 4 or 6 months. You will be finding that to achieve the same temperature, you will require around 120 liters of fuel. Why is this? This is because of energy leaks, because of cracks in the refractory due to thermal shocks. You would also observe that the outer shell of the furnace, the temperature increases as time goes by. Again, this is an indication of losses, energy losses that are taking place because of damage of the refractory. These are two very practical tests that you can carry out in your plant to understand the extent of losses due to damage to the refractory. This is a newly relined furnace. You can see that. Please pay good attention to this. Now, next image, I will be showing you the coating on the same refractory. Here it is. As you may have noticed, we have taken extra effort to achieve a very good surface finish here. All the gaps and cracks in the refractory we have sealed off. The aim being to prevent energy leaks through these gaps and cracks. And also, there is a non-wetting characteristic of the refractory, which prevents the sticking of impurities in burner blocks, especially when furnace oil is used. And the coating can withstand up to 1900 degrees Celsius, and hence it reflects the heat back into the furnace, thereby protecting the refractory and also reducing fuel consumption. This is a used refractory and the same one after coating. As you can see, we try to achieve a very good finish as much as possible, and we seal off all the gaps and cracks. If there is a deep crack in a refractory, it does not mean that you need to fill up the entire crack. All we need to do is fill up the entrance of the crack such that the heat loss is prevented and the heat is reflected back into the furnace. Well, the benefits, like I said, the coating can withstand 1900 degrees Celsius. There would be energy saving due to improved emissivity. The furnace remains hotter for a longer period of time. To give a very, very desi example, I dare to call it so, in rolling mills in Mandi Govindgarh, we have observed that the furnace is shut in the evening and it is started again at around 4 a.m. so that they achieve the temperature at around 8 a.m. Now, the 4 hours of continuous fuel is burnt to achieve the right temperature. By the use of the coating, the same furnace there was a possibility of starting the furnace 1 hour later to achieve the temperature by 8 a.m. So earlier, without the use of the coating, they would start the same furnace at 4 a.m. to achieve the temperature by 8 a.m. By use of the coating, they were able to start the furnace later at 5 a.m. to achieve the same temperature by 8 a.m. That's approximately 1 hour of saving of continuous burning of fuel. And this is possible by the use of the refractory coating. And I'll quickly come to the other case study, which is backed by more data. This is a TMT rolling company, and the refractory lining life without coating is not recorded as 12 months. Every 12 months, they would change the refractory majorly in the soaking zones and to some extent in the heating zones. And by the use of the refractory coating, they could extend the refractory lining life up to 21 months. That's a 75% increase in the refractory lining life. And without coating, 40 liters per ton of ingots of fuel spent. With coating, 38 liters per ton of fuel spent. There's again a 5% saving, which is a good amount to go by. This is an ingot soaking pit at Kalyani Carpenter Special Steels, erstwhile. Now it is Sarloha, located at Pune. In this case, the only problem that was faced to us was the ingot reheating pit is showing a outer shell temperature of 130 degrees. And the people were finding it difficult to move around that furnace because it was so hot. And we attacked the issue with the fundamental aim of captivating the heat within the furnace by the use of the refractory coating, and it did work. The shell temperature dropped by 20 degrees Celsius, and by drop in 20 degrees Celsius in the outer shell, there is certainly a huge saving in the fuel consumption. However, Mr. Mahadik personally mentioned that I'm going to write 5% on the recommendation and not anymore. But definitely anybody would tell that it's more than 5%. And coating is found to be intact even after 10 months of running the furnace at 1250 degrees continuously. This is one of my best case studies at Jindal Stainless Hisar Limited. They have the state-of-the-art Andritz furnace, which is designed and manufactured in Germany. And it's actually a wonderful furnace. If you touch the outer shell of the furnace, the temperature is not more than 45 degrees. And as a supplier, I found myself asking Mr. Jain here, sir, why are you trying to use my coating? Because you already have a wonderful furnace, you have good fuel economy, and your outer shell temperature is also wonderful. So why would you want to try out this product? Because all my check marks you have already achieved. Well, the answer is we have an R&D budget. And we know that your coating is not going to cause any harm to the furnace or the refractory. We are certain about that. And we have an R&D budget, and that's why we would like to try it out. And this is way back in 2018. And all we did over here is apply the coating diligently. Our team was completely in charge of application of the coating. The complete data is shared with us by the team from Jindal Stainless Hisar, who have taken a reading 6 months prior to the use of the coating and 6 months after the use of the coating. And all this data is present here, 1250 degrees Celsius, propane consumption before and after. And though the saving seems to be very less over here, it is clear that the return on investment is 1 month only. In terms of percentage, the saving here seems very less. It's what, 1.5% or less maybe. But in spite of it, the return on investment is 1 month only. And the remaining 12 months is saving, absolute savings. And they have made a policy decision to coat each of their furnaces during every shutdown. And we've not looked back since then. So here, I believe I have done justice by offering some desi examples and also the ones that are backed by solid data. And I'll be happy to get into the other subjects of lubricant and filtration at the next seminar, perhaps on maintenance. And if anybody would like to connect, most welcome to mail us or connect with me on LinkedIn or in any other way. So with the idea of using protective coatings for billets and furnaces to substantially reduce costs. And thank you for your attention. I look forward to questions if any.
Thank you, Srikar. Any questions? well, cost savings was, we began with cost savings and we end up with cost savings because, as we say, money saved is money earned. So if you want to earn money in real sense of the term, reduce costs. And a steel plant is specifically targeted, is a kind of business where you can target savings at every sphere of your operation. So quite a few of them were highlighted by Shikhar today. Thank you, Shikhar, for highlighting the areas where even a small savings could end us saving a lot. Any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, then Ankit, may I request you to propose a vote of thanks, and then Mr. Ekripo, would you like to? I'm very happy that the Nigerian government has taken so much of interest in today's webinar, and I'm sure we will have more cooperation. Mr. Ekripo, any final comments from you?
Yes, I want to thank you very much for this webinar. It's absolutely thoughtful. I want to say that it's actually an igniting point to fire up a lot of things that have, so to say, been lying idle for the past 2 years. Sincerely speaking, the experiences we have had, particularly within the COVID era, has been looking like everything is going to be gloomy. But with this kind of initiative from you, there's a lot of hope that we can fire back on track and begin to take advantage of the linkages we have established in time past, and begin to push our efforts forward in the right direction. Therefore, I want to sincerely thank you for this opportunity and call on you to don't let it rest here. Let's push it further. Like you said, let's involve our principals. Let's involve the people high in government. Let's involve our ministers and see where we can expand our areas of collaboration. I know my minister sometime recently had some conversations around some group of Indians who came to express interest in mining. Mining and steel development in Nigeria is married together, and we want to see it grow together. The mining industry has gone a little ahead in Nigeria. We need to bring up the steel industry up to par. Therefore, I really appreciate this effort, and let's do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ekripo. I will share, my personal friend is the private secretary to the Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development, Mr. Fagan Singh Kulastri, who's the minister. He is a private secretary, is a very good friend of mine. He's also a metallurgist, by the way. Mr. Anil Kumar, I will share his contact with you. And he's the person who will, take the initiative to take it forward. And let us have a conversation together. We can have maybe a group WhatsApp call or a group call together with him, so that we take the minister in confidence. And he, the minister is very cooperative, very cooperative, and he wants to actually move this industry forward. So I will use the good offices. Plus, I have already added you to my WhatsApp group. In the WhatsApp group, you will find the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, also in the group. And the Private Secretary to the Minister is also in the WhatsApp group. So we can have a discussion together and we take it forward. And we will not leave it here. As you rightly mentioned, we will take it forward from here. And let's have a bigger interactions with a few of the Nigerian players and the government, both public and private sector. As we believe in India, we must work together. The public, the government sector and the private sector, we work together. Similarly, we will work together with the government of Nigeria, the private sector players in Nigeria, and the investors and the steel industry in India who are looking forward to working in Nigeria or investing in Nigeria as well. And it's a good market to work on, so we can take it forward in terms of technology. We have enough technology providers from India, from Europe in our fold. We will all take them together to think of what best we can do to have a good flow of technology and steel industries development in Nigeria. So with that, I think Mr. A.N. Singh wanted to add something. Ankit, can you check if A.N. Singh is there? And Mr. Kripo, Ankit is my son who was hosting the program. He lives in the city of Munich in Germany.
Okay.
He has just finished his master's in data science, and he's right now working on what do you call additive manufacturing or 3D printing and additive manufacturing in a company called Siemens.
Siemens, I know Siemens.
Yeah, so he's working with Siemens R&D in the city of Munich. So he's right now submitting his thesis, master's thesis. So he lives in Munich. So we can use his resources to get the technology providers from Europe as well. So we combine together and let's look forward. I will keep in touch with you and we'll have more of interaction. So Mr. A.N. Singh, I think Mr. A.N. Singh had a question. Can you just see if Mr. A.N. Singh is there in the
Yes,
attendees?
he's there in the attendees. Mr.
Yeah.
Yes,
can you just promote him?
Yeah, I'm very much here.
Yeah, Mr. Singh, please highlight Mr. Ekrikpo about the lean manufacturing book which you have just authored. So lean manufacturing, in a few lines, please explain what lean manufacturing is to Mr. Ekrikpo, and also if you could just speak a few words about what you wanted to share with us. Over to you, Mr.
Sharma. Thank you, Nirmal. What Mr. Sharma mentioned about the value engineering. So the lean manufacturing goes a step ahead of value engineering. That is mostly about the product, and the lean manufacturing about the value proposition of the whole business. And it is talking about how to improve the system, how to increase this process velocity of everything, not just only manufacturing, all the activities, right from thinking, learning, decision making, everything, and reducing the time. Actually, the more the time any process takes, the cost goes up. Very simple thumb rule. So this is talking about compressing the time by increasing the process velocity and by identification of non-value added activities. It has got a very powerful tool. In fact, I call it the most powerful tool, value stream mapping, like just CAT scanning. It does. I have personally conducted many industries. There I could pinpoint what is the exact problem, what is the constraint which is limiting the business to increase. In fact, this subject is really interesting. Somehow the steel industry is not it started properly in the lean approach. Of course, Tata Steel, they have done a lot of things on the TOC, but the lean is still less known to the steel industry. And this can further accelerate. In addition to technological improvements, it is going to improve their system. It is going to improve their process velocity. And what Mr. Sharma told me is the basic principle of lean is that produce more from the less. That is the basic philosophy. That is basic philosophy.
So optimum use of resources in manufacturing is what lean manufacturing is all about. Now, Mr. A.N. Singh, Mr. A.N. Singh earlier was with Jindal Stainless. He was the chief engineer there when I know him from early 90s. So it's been more than 30 years that I know him. And so from a steel, I would say, engineer in the stainless steel industry, he has now become an expert on lean manufacturing. And I'm sure the steel industry will use its resources in streamlining the manufacturing process through lean manufacturing, using minimum resources, minimum time, and maximizing output. So thank you, Mr. Singh, once again for sharing your thoughts with us today. And let us take this forward with lean manufacturing being publicized more and more. Many people in the steel industry still do not know what lean manufacturing is. So we have to educate them and take this forward. Thank you so much, Singh Saab. So with that, Ankit,
it was an excellent revision of the whole metallurgy of flat and long product rolling. Yeah, it was an excellent combination of the experts at one platform. It is a great job done by you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. All with your blessings. I know you for 30 years. And, I started, when I started, I remember you are an expert I always used to reach out to. And if you still see Singh Saab in our WhatsApp group, we still have Mr. N.C. Mathur, who in those days was again one more person who helped me a lot. So Mr. N.C. Mathur is still in my group. Mr. A.N. Singh is still in my group. So I keep relationship. My job is to keep relationships and maintain relationships. So with that, I'll hand over to my son, Ankit, to propose a vote of thanks. Ankit, over to you.
Thank you. So before I move on to the vote of thanks, I just want to announce our next webinar. It is on the 11th of February, 2022. And it is on the topic quality management and standardization in steel industry. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all there again. And with that, I would like to thank all the panelists for discussing on these vital topics today and making the session such a vibrant one. Thanks to all the attendees who joined through Zoom, as well as to all of them who watched on our live stream on YouTube. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to our sponsors, our gold sponsor HNK India, our silver sponsors Sham Steel, Denali, and Gulf Frieza, and our steel sponsor Steel Plant Specialties, BSRM, and Max Motion for making this webinar a success. So last but not the least, thank you to the Steel and Metallurgy team for working endlessly to make this event possible. With that, I would like to conclude today's meeting. Thank you all very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Ankit. This was our 41st or 42nd?
41st webinar.
So this was our 41st webinar, and the recording is available on YouTube, Mr. Kripo. You can, if you go to www.steelconferences.com, on steelconferences.com, you can get the recording. And also, if you go to YouTube and search for Steel and Metallurgy on Steel and Metallurgy channel on YouTube also, you can get the entire recording, including your speech, which you can share with everyone in the ministry and in the industry in Nigeria as well.
Thank you.
So
I have also
so much.
put the link to the video in the chat, so you can access it from there as well.
You can take a snapshot of the YouTube link and see the entire recording on YouTube as well. So thank you very much once again, and see you soon in the next webinar. Thank you, and a happy weekend, nice weekend to all of you.